Section 18 of Captain Singleton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Dennis Sayers. The Life, Adventures, and Piracies of Captain Singleton by Daniel Defoe. William went to work his own way, and some of them pretended to find fault at first. However, he proceeded and searched every part of the leg where he suspected the mortification had touched it. In a word, he cut off a great deal of mortified flesh, in all which the poor fellow felt no pain. William proceeded till he brought the vessels which he had cut to bleed, and the man to cry out. Then he reduced the splinters of the bone, and calling for help, set it, as we call it, and bound it up, and laid the man to rest, who found himself much easier than before. At the first opening, the surgeons began to triumph. The mortification seemed to spread, and a long red streak of blood appeared from the wound upwards to the middle of the man's thigh, and the surgeons told me the man would die in a few hours. I went to look at it, and found William himself under some surprise. But when I asked him how long he thought the poor fellow could live, he looked gravely at me, and said, "As long as thou canst. I am not at all apprehensive of his life," said he, "but I would cure him, if I could, without making a cripple of him." I found he was not just then upon the operation as to his leg, but was mixing up something to give the poor creature, to repel, as I thought, the spreading contagion, and to abate or prevent any feverish temper that might happen in the blood. After which he went to work again, and opened the leg in two places above the wound, cutting out a great deal of mortified flesh, which, it seems, was occasioned by the bandage, which had pressed the parts too much. And withal, the blood being, at the time, in a more than common disposition to mortify, might assist to spread it. Well, our friend William conquered all this, cleared the spreading mortification, and the red streak went off again. The flesh began to heal, and matter to run, and in a few days the man's spirits began to recover. His pulse beat regular, he had no fever, and gathered strength daily, and, in a word, he was a perfect sound man in about 10 weeks, and we kept him amongst us, and made him an able seaman. But to return to the ship, we never could come at a certain information about it, till some of the negroes, which we kept on board, and whom we taught to speak English, gave the account of it afterwards, and this maimed man in particular. We inquired, by all the signs and motions we could imagine, what was become of the people, and yet we could get nothing from them. Our lieutenant was for torturing some of them to make them confess, but William opposed that vehemently, and when he heard it was under consideration, he came to me. "Friend," says he, "I make a request to thee, not to put any of these poor wretches to torment." "Why, William," said I, "why not? You see they will not give any account of what is become of the white men." "Nay," says William, "do not say so. I suppose they have given thee a full account of every particular of it." "How so?" says I. "Pray, what are we the wiser for all their jabbering?" "Nay," says William, "that may be thy fault, for aught I know. Thou wilt not punish the poor men because they cannot speak English, and perhaps they never heard a word of English before. Now, I may very well suppose that they have given thee a large account of everything, for thou seest with what earnestness and how long some of them have talked to thee, and if thou canst not understand their language, nor they thine, how can they help that? At the best, thou dost but suppose that they have not told thee the whole truth of the story, and on the contrary I suppose they have. And how wilt thou decide the question, whether thou art right or whether I am right? Besides, what can they say to thee when thou ask them a question upon the torture, and at the same time they do not understand the question, and thou dost not know whether they say aye or no? It is no compliment to my moderation to say I was convinced by these reasons, and yet we had all much ado to keep our second lieutenant from murdering some of them, to make them tell. What if they had told? He did not understand one word of it, but he would not be persuaded but that the negroes must needs understand him when he asked them whether the ship had any boat or no, like ours, and what was become of it. But there was no remedy but to wait till we made these people understand English, and to adjourn the story till that time. The case was thus: where they were taken on board the ship, that we could never understand, because they never knew the English names which we give to those coasts, or what nation they were who belonged to the ship, because they knew not one tongue from another. But thus far the negro I examined, who was the same whose leg William had cured, told us that they did not speak the same language as we spoke, nor the same our Portuguese spoke, so that in all probability they must be French or Dutch. Then he told us that the white men used them barbarously, that they beat them unmercifully, that one of the negro men had a wife and 2 negro children, one a daughter about 16 years old, that a white man abused the negro man's wife, and afterwards his daughter, which, as he said, made all the negro men mad, and that the woman's husband was in a great rage, at which the white man was so provoked that he threatened to kill him. But in the night the negro man, being loose, got a great club, by which he made us understand he meant a handspike, and that when the same Frenchman, if it was a Frenchman, came among them again, he began again to abuse the negro man's wife, at which the negro, taking up the handspike, knocked his brains out at one blow, and then, taking the key from him, with which he usually unlocked the handcuffs which the negroes were fettered with, he set about 100 of them at liberty, who, getting up upon the deck by the same scuttle that the white men came down, and taking the man's cutlass who was killed, and laying hold of what came next them, they fell upon the men that were upon the deck, and killed them all, and afterwards those they found upon the forecastle, that the captain and his other men, who were in the cabin and the round house, defended themselves with great courage, and shot out at the loopholes at them, by which he and several other men were wounded, and some killed. But they broke into the round house after a long dispute, where they killed 2 of the white men, but owned that the 2 white men killed 11 of their men before they could break in, and then the rest, having got down the scuttle into the great cabin, wounded 3 more of them. That after this, the gunner of the ship, having secured himself in the gun room, one of his men hauled up the long boat close under the stern, and putting into her all the arms and ammunition that they could come at, got all into the boat, and afterwards took in the captain and those that were with him out of the great cabin. When they were all thus embarked, they resolved to lay the ship aboard again, and try to recover it, that they boarded the ship in a desperate manner, and killed at first all that stood in their way, but the negroes being by this time all loose, and having gotten some arms, though they understood nothing of powder and bullet or guns, yet the men could never master them. However, they lay under the ship's bow, and got out all the men they had left in the cook-room, who had maintained themselves there, notwithstanding all the negroes could do, and with their small arms killed between 30 and 40 of the negroes, but were at last forced to leave them. They could give me no account whereabouts this was, whether near the coast of Africa or far off, or how long it was before the ship fell into our hands. Only, in general, it was a great while ago, as they called it, and, by all we could learn, it was within 2 or 3 days after they had set sail from the coast. They told us that they had killed about 30 of the white men, having knocked them on the head with crows and handspikes, and such things as they could get. And one strong negro killed 3 of them with an iron crow, after he was shot twice through the body, and that he was afterwards shot through the head by the captain himself at the door of the roundhouse, which he had split open with the crow, and this we supposed was the occasion of the great quantity of blood which we saw at the roundhouse door. The same negro told us that they threw all the powder and shot they could find into the sea, and they would have thrown the great guns into the sea if they could have lifted them. Being asked how they came to have their sails in such a condition, his answer was, "They no understand. They know what the sails do." That was, they did not so much as know that it was the sails that made the ship go, or understand what they meant, or what to do with them. When we asked him whither they were going, he said they did not know, but believed they should go home to their own country again. I asked him, in particular, what he thought we were when we first came up with them. He said they were terribly frighted, believing we were the same white men that had gone away in their boats, and were come again in a great ship, with the 2 boats with them, and expected they would kill them all. This was the account we got out of them after we had taught them to speak English, and to understand the names and use of the things belonging to the ship which they had occasion to speak of, and we observed that the fellows were too innocent to dissemble in their relation, and that they all agreed in the particulars, and were always in the same story, which confirmed very much the truth of what they said. Having taken the ship, our next difficulty was, what to do with the negroes. The Portuguese and the Brazils would have bought them all of us, and been glad of the purchase, if we had not showed ourselves enemies there, and been known for pirates. But as it was, we durst not go ashore anywhere thereabouts, or treat with any of the planters, because we should raise the whole country upon us, and if there were any such things as men of war in any of their ports, we should be sure to be attacked by them, and by all the force they had by land or sea. Nor could we think of any better success if we went northward to our own plantations. One while we determined to carry them all the way to Buenos Aires, and sell them there to the Spaniards, but they were really too many for them to make use of, and to carry them round to the South Seas, which was the only remedy that was left, was so far that we should be no way able to subsist them for so long a voyage. At last our old never-failing friend William helped us out again, as he had often done at a dead lift. His proposal was this, that we should go as master of the ship, and about 20 men, much as we could best trust, and attempt to trade privately upon the coast of Brazil with the planters, not at the principal ports, because they would not be admitted. We all agreed to this, and appointed to go away ourselves towards the Rio de la Plata, where we had thought of going before, and to wait for him, not there, but at Puert St. Pedro, as the Spaniards called it, lying at the mouth of the river which they call Rio Grande, and where the Spaniards had a small fort and a few people, but we believe there was nobody in it. Here we took up our station, cruising off and on to see if we could meet any ships going to or coming from the Buenos Aires or the Rio de la Plata, but we met with nothing worth notice. However, we employed ourselves in things necessary for our going off to sea, for we filled all our water casks, and got some fish for our present use, to spare as much as possible our ship's stores. William, in the meantime, went away to the north, and made the land about the Cape de St. Thomas, and betwixt that and the Ile de Tiburon he found means to trade with the planters for all his negroes, as well the women as the men, and at a very good price too, for William, who spoke Portuguese pretty well, told them a fair story enough, that the ship was in scarcity of provisions, that they were driven a great way out of their way, and, indeed, as we say, out of their knowledge, and that they must go up to the northward as far as Jamaica, or sell there upon the coast. This was a very plausible tale, and was easily believed, and if you observe the manner of the negroes sailing, and what happened in their voyage, was every word of it true. By this method, and being true to one another, William passed for what he was, for a very honest fellow, and by the assistance of one planter, who sent to some of his neighbor planters, and managed the trade among themselves, he got a quick market, for in less than 5 weeks William sold all his negroes, and at last sold the ship itself, and shipped himself and his 20 men, with 2 negro boys whom he had left, in a sloop, one of those which the planters used to send on board for the negroes. With this sloop Captain William, as we then called him, came away and found us at Port St. Pedro, in the latitude of 32 degrees 30 minutes south. Nothing was more surprising to us than to see a sloop come along the coast, carrying Portuguese colours, and come in directly to us, after we were assured he had discovered both our ships. We fired a gun upon her nearer approach, to bring her to an anchor, but immediately she fired 5 guns by way of salute, and spread her English ancient. Then we began to guess it was friend William, but wondered what was the meaning of his being in a sloop, whereas we sent him away in a ship of near 300 tons. But he soon let us into the whole history of his management, with which we had a great deal of reason to be very well satisfied. As soon as he had brought the sloop to an anchor, he came aboard of my ship, and there he gave us an account of how he began to trade by the help of a Portuguese planter, who lived near the seaside; how he went on shore, and went up to the first house he could see, and asked the man of the house to sell him some hogs, pretending, at first, he only stood in upon the coast to take in fresh water, and buy some provisions; and the man not only sold him 7 fat hogs, but invited him in, and gave him, and 5 men he had with him, a very good dinner; and he invited the planter on board his ship, and in return for his kindness gave him a negro girl for his wife. This so obliged the planter that the next morning he sent him on board, in a great luggage boat, a cow and 2 sheep, with a chest of sweetmeats and some sugar, and a great bag of tobacco, and invited Captain William on shore again. That, after this, they grew from one kindness to another, that they began to talk about trading for some negroes, and William, pretending it was to do him service, consented to sell him 30 negroes for his private use in his plantation, for which he gave William ready money, in gold, at the rate of 35 moidores per head. But the planter was obliged to use great caution in bringing them on shore, for which purpose he made William weigh and stand out to sea, and put in again about 50 miles farther north, where, at a little creek, he took the negroes on shore at another plantation, being a friends of his, whom, it seems, he could trust. This remove brought William into a further intimacy, not only with the first planter, but also with his friends, who desired to have some of the negroes also, so that from one to another they bought so many, till one overgrown planter took 100 negroes, which was all William had left, and sharing them with another planter, that other planter chaffered with William for ship and all, giving him in exchange a very clean, large, well built sloop of near 60 tons, very well furnished, carrying 6 guns, but we made her afterwards carry 12 guns. William had 300 moidores of gold, besides the sloop, in payment for the ship, and with this money he stored the sloop as full as she could hold with provisions, especially bread, some pork, and about 60 hogs alive. Among the rest, William got 80 barrels of good gunpowder, which was very much for our purpose, and all the provisions which were in the French ship he took out also. This was a very agreeable account to us, especially when we saw that William had received in gold coined, or by weight, and some Spanish silver, 60,000 pieces of 8, besides a new sloop, and a vast quantity of provisions. We were very glad of the sloop in particular, and began to consult what we should do, whether we had not best turn off our great Portuguese ship, and stick to our first ship and the sloop, seeing we had scarce men enough for all 3, and that the biggest ship was thought too big for our business. However, another dispute, which was now decided, brought the first to a conclusion. The first dispute was, whither we should go. My comrade, as I called him now, that is to say, He that was my captain before we took this Portuguese man of war was for going to the South Seas and coasting up the west side of America, where we could not fail of making several good prizes upon the Spaniards, and that then, if occasion required it, we might come home by the South Seas to the East Indies, and so go round the globe as others had done before us. But my head lay another way. I had been in the East Indies, and had entertained a notion ever since that, if we went thither, we could not fail of making good work of it, and that we might have a safe retreat and good beef to victual our ship among my old friends, the natives of Zanzibar, on the coast of Mozambique, or the island of St. Lawrence. I say, my thoughts lay this way, and I read so many lectures to them, all of the advantages they would certainly make of their strength by the prizes they would take in the Gulf of Mocha, or the Red Sea, and on the coast of Malabar, or the Bay of Bengal, that I amazed them. With these arguments I prevailed on them, and we all resolved to steer away southeast for the Cape of Good Hope, and in consequence of this resolution we concluded to keep the sloop and sail with all three, not doubting, as I assured them, but we should find men there to make up the number wanting, and if not, we might cast any of them off when we pleased. We could do no less than make our friend William captain of the sloop, which, with such good management, he had brought us, and should be entirely under our command. However, William was not so easy as before, and indeed, as we afterwards wanted the sloop to cruise for purchase, and a right thorough-paced pirate in her, so I was in such pain for William that I could not be without him, for he was my privy counsellor and companion upon all occasions. So I put a Scotsman, a bold, enterprising, gallant fellow, into her, named Gordon, and made her carry 12 guns and 4 petereroes, though indeed we wanted men, for we were none of us manned in proportion to our force. End of section 14 of Captain Singleton, read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California, for LibriVox. Section 19 of Captain Singleton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Dennis Sayers. The Life, Adventures, and Piracies of Captain Singleton, by Daniel Defoe. We sailed away for the Cape of Good Hope the beginning of October 1706, passed by, in sight of the Cape, the 12th of November following, having met with a great deal of bad weather. We saw several merchant ships in the roads there, as well English as Dutch, whether outward bound or homeward we could not tell. Be it what it would, we did not think fit to come to an anchor, not knowing what they might be, or what they might attempt against us, when they knew what we were. However, as we wanted fresh water, we sent the 2 boats belonging to the Portuguese man of war, with all Portuguese seamen, or negroes in them, to the watering place, to take in water, and in the meantime we hung out a Portuguese ancient at sea, and lay by all that night. They knew not what we were, but, it seems, We passed for anything but really what we was. Our boats returning the third time loaden, about 5 o'clock next morning, we thought ourselves sufficiently watered, and stood away to the eastward. But before our men returned the last time, the wind blowing an easy gale at west, we perceived a boat in the grey of the morning under sail, crowding to come up with us, as if they were afraid we should be gone. We soon found it was an English long-boat, and that it was pretty full of men. We could not imagine what the meaning of it should be, but as it was but a boat, we thought there could be no great harm in it to let them come on board, and if it appeared they came only to inquire who we were, we would give them a full account of our business by taking them along with us, seeing we wanted men as much as anything. But they saved us the labour of being in doubt how to dispose of them, for it seems our Portuguese seamen, who went for water, had not been so silent at the watering places as we thought they would have been. But the case in short was this: Captain I forbear his name at present, for a particular reason, captain of an East India merchant ship, bound afterwards for China, had found some reason to be very severe with his men, and had handled some of them very roughly at St. Helena, insomuch that they threatened among themselves to leave the ship the first opportunity, and had long wished for that opportunity. Some of these men, it seems, had met with our boat at the watering place, and, inquiring of one another who we were, and upon what account, whether the Portuguese seamen, by faltering in their account, made them suspect that we were out upon the cruise, or whether they told it in plain English or no, for they all spoke English enough to be understood. But so it was, that as soon as ever the men carried the news on board that the ships which lay by to the eastward were English, and that they were going upon the account, which, by the way, was a sea term for a pirate, I say, as soon as ever they heard it, they went to work, and getting all things ready in the night, their chests and clothes, and whatever else they could, they came away before it was day, and came up with us about 7 o'clock. When they came by the ship's side, which I commanded, we hailed them in the usual manner, to know what and who they were, and what their business. They answered they were Englishmen, and desired to come on board. We told them they might lay the ship on board, but ordered they should let only one man enter the ship till the captain knew their business, and that he should come without any arms. They said aye with all their hearts. We presently found their business, and that they desired to go with us; and as for their arms, they desired we would send men on board the boat, and that they would deliver them all to us, which was done. The fellow that came up to me told me how they had been used by their captain, how he had starved the men, and used them like dogs, and that if the rest of the men knew they should be admitted, he was satisfied 2/3 of them would leave the ship. We found the fellows were very hearty in their resolution, and jolly brisk sailors they were. So I told them I would do nothing without our admiral, that was the captain of the other ship. So I sent my pinnace on board Captain Wilmot, to desire him to come on board; but he was indisposed, and, being to leeward, excused his coming, but left it all to me. But before my boat was returned, Captain Wilmot called to me by his speaking trumpet, which all the men might hear as well as I, thus calling me by name: "I hear they are honest fellows; pray tell them they are all welcome, and make them a bowl of punch." As the men heard it as well as I, there was no need to tell them what the captain said; and as soon as the trumpet had done, they sent up a huzza, that showed us they were very hearty in their coming to us. But we bound them to us by a stronger obligation still after this; for when we came to Madagascar, Captain Wilmot, with consent of all the ship's company, ordered that these men should have as much money given them out of the stock as was due to them for their pay in the ship they had left, and after that we allowed them 20 pieces of 8 a man bounty money, and thus we entered them upon shares, as we were all. And brave stout fellows they were, being 18 in number, whereof 2 were midshipmen, and 1 a carpenter. It was the 28th of November when, having had some bad weather, we came to an anchor in the road off St. Augustine Bay, at the southwest end of my old acquaintance, the Isle of Madagascar. We lay here a while, and trafficked with the natives for some good beef, though the weather was so hot that we could not promise ourselves to salt any of it up to keep. But I showed them the way which we practised before, to salt it first with saltpetre, then cure it by drying it in the sun, which made it eat very agreeably, though not so wholesome for our men, that not agreeing with our way of cooking, viz., boiling with pudding, brewis, etc., and particularly this way, would be too salt, and the fat of the meat be rusty, or dried away, so as not to be eaten. This, however, we could not help, and made ourselves amends by feeding heartily on the fresh beef while we were there, which was excellent, good and fat, every way as tender and as well relished as in England, and thought to be much better to us, who had not tasted any in England for so long a time. Having now for some time remained here, we began to consider that this was not a place for our business, and I, that had some views a particular way of my own, told them that this was not a station for those who looked for purchase, that there were 2 parts of the island which were particularly proper for our purposes. First, the bay on the east side of the island, and from thence to the island of Mauritius, which was the usual way which ships that came from the Malabar coast, or the coast of Coromandel, Fort St. George, etc., used to take, and where, if we waited for them, we ought to take our station. But, on the other hand, as we did not resolve to fall upon the European traders, who were generally ships of force and well manned, and where blows must be looked for, so I had another prospect, which I promised myself would yield equal profit, or perhaps greater, without any of the hazard and difficulty of the former, and this was the Gulf of Mocha, or the Red Sea. I told them that the trade here was great, the ships rich, and the Strait of Babelmandel narrow, so that there was no doubt but we might cruise, so as to let nothing slip our hands, having the seas open from the Red Sea, along the coast of Arabia, to the Persian Gulf, and the Malabar side of the Indies. I told them what I had observed when I sailed round the island in my former progress, how that, on the northernmost point of the island, there were several very good harbours and roads for our ships, that the natives were even more civil and tractable, if possible, than those where we were, not having been so often ill-treated by European sailors as those had in the south and east sides, and that we might always be sure of a retreat, if we were driven to put in by any necessity, either of enemies or weather. They were easily convinced of the reasonableness of my scheme, and Captain Wilmot, whom I now called our admiral, though he was at first of the mind to go and lie at the island of Mauritius, and wait for some of the European merchant ships from the road of Coromandel or the Bay of Bengal, was now of my mind. It is true we were strong enough to have attacked an English East India ship of the greatest force, though some of them were said to carry 50 guns, but I represented to him that we were sure to have blows and blood if we took them, and after we had done, their loading was not of equal value to us, because we had no room to dispose of their merchandise, and as our circumstances stood, we had rather have taken one outward bound East India ship with her ready cash on board, perhaps to the value of 40 or 50,000 pounds, than 3 homeward bound, though their loading would at London be worth 3 times the money, because we knew not whither to go to dispose of the cargo, whereas the ships from London had abundance of things we knew how to make use of besides their money, such as their stores of provisions and liquors, and great quantities of the like sent to the governors and factories at the English settlements for their use; so that if we resolved to look for our own country ships, it would be those that were outward bound, not the London ships homeward. All these things considered brought the admiral to be of my mind entirely. So, after taking in water and some fresh provisions where we lay, which was near Cape St. Mary, on the southwest corner of the island, we weighed and stood away south, and afterwards south-southeast, to round the island, and in about 6 days' sail got out of the wake of the island, and steered away north, till we came off Port Dauphin, and then north by east to the latitude of 13 degrees 40 minutes, which was, in short, just at the farthest part of the island, and the admiral, keeping ahead, made the open sea fair to the west, clear of the whole island, upon which he brought to, and we sent the sloop to stand in round the farthest point north, and coast along the shore, and see for a harbour to put into, which they did, and soon brought us an account that there was a deep bay, with a very good road, and several little islands, under which they found good riding, in 10 to 17 fathom water, and accordingly there we put in. However, we afterwards found occasion to remove our station, as you shall hear presently. We had now nothing to do but go on shore, and acquaint ourselves a little with the natives, take in fresh water and some fresh provisions, and then to sea again. We found the people very easy to deal with, and some cattle they had, but it being at the extremity of the island, they had not such quantities of cattle here. However, for the present, we resolved to appoint this our place of rendezvous, and go and look out. This was about the latter end of April. Accordingly, we put to sea, and cruised away to the northward for the Arabian coast. It was a long run, but as the winds generally blow trade from the south and south-southeast from May to September, we had good weather, and in about 20 days we made the island of Socotra, lying south from the Arabian coast, and east-southeast from the mouth of the Gulf of Mocha, or the Red Sea. Here we took in water, and stood off and on upon the Arabian shore. We had not cruised here above 3 days or thereabouts, but I spied a sail, and gave her chase. But when we came up with her, never was such a poor prize chased by pirates that looked for booty, for we found nothing in her but poor half-naked Turks going a pilgrimage to Mecca, to the tomb of their prophet Mahomet. The junk that carried them had no one thing worth taking away but a little rice and some coffee, which was all the poor wretches had for their subsistence. So we let them go, for indeed we knew not what to do with them. The same evening we chased another junk with 2 masts, and in something better plight to look at than the former. When we came on board, we found them upon the same errand, but only that they were people of some better fashion than the other, and here we got some plunder, some Turkish stores, a few diamonds in the eardrops of 5 or 6 persons, some fine Persian carpets, of which they made their saffras to lie upon, and some money. so we let them go also. We continued here 11 days longer, and saw nothing but now and then a fishing boat. But the 12th day of our cruise we spied a ship, and indeed I thought at first it had been an English ship, but it appeared to be an European, freighted for a voyage from Goa, on the coast of Malabar, to the Red Sea, and was very rich. We chased her, and took her without any fight, though they had some guns on board too, but not many. We found her manned with Portuguese seamen, but under the direction of 5 merchant Turks, who had hired her on the coast of Malabar of some Portugal merchants, and had laden her with pepper, saltpetre, and some spices, and the rest of the loading was chiefly calicoes and wrought silks, some of them very rich. We took her and carried her to Socotra, but we really knew not what to do with her, for the same reasons as before, for all their goods were of little or no value to us. After some days we found means to let one of the Turkish merchants know that if he would ransom the ship we would take a sum of money and let them go. He told me that if I would let one of them go on shore for the money, they would do it. So we adjusted the value of the cargo at 30,000 ducats. Upon this agreement we allowed the sloop to carry him on shore, at Defoe in Arabia, where a rich merchant laid down the money for them, and came off with our sloop, and on payment of the money we very fairly and honestly let them go. Some days after this we took an Arabian junk, going from the Gulf of Persia to Mocha, with a good quantity of pearl on board. We gutted him of the pearl, which it seems was belonging to some merchants at Mocha, and let him go, for there was nothing else worth our taking. We continued cruising up and down here till we began to find our provisions grow low, when Captain Wilmot, our admiral, told us it was time to think of going back to the rendezvous, and the rest of the men said the same, being a little weary of beating about for above 3 months together, and meeting with little or nothing compared to our great expectations. But I was very loath to part with the Red Sea at so cheap a rate, and pressed them to tarry a little longer, which at my instance they did. But 3 days afterwards, to our great misfortune, understood that by landing the Turkish merchants at Defoe we had alarmed the coast as far as the Gulf of Persia, so that no vessel would stir that way, and consequently nothing was to be expected on that side. I was greatly mortified at this news, and could no longer withstand the importunities of the men to return to Madagascar. However, as the wind continued still to blow at south-southeast by south, we were obliged to stand away towards the coast of Africa and the Cape Guardafui, the winds being more variable under the shore than in the open sea. Here we chopped upon a booty which we did not look for, and which made amends for all our waiting. For the very same hour that we made land we spied a large vessel sailing along the shore to the southward. The ship was of Bengal, belonging to the Great Mogul's country, but had on board a Dutch pilot, whose name, if I remember right, was Vandergest, and several European seamen, whereof 3 were English. She was in no condition to resist us. The rest of her seamen were Indians of the Mogul's subjects, some Malabars and some others. There were 5 Indian merchants on board, and some Armenians. It seems they had been at Mocha with spices, silks, diamonds, pearls, calico, etc., such goods as the country afforded, and had little on board now but money in pieces of 8, which, by the way, was just what we wanted. And the 3 English seamen came along with us, and the Dutch pilot would have done so too, but the 2 Armenian merchants entreated us not to take him, for that he being their pilot, there was none of the men knew how to guide the ship, so at their request we refused him, but we made them promise he should not be used ill for being willing to go with us. We got near 200,000 pieces of eight in this vessel, and if they said true, there was a Jew of Goa who intended to have embarked with them, who had 200,000 pieces of eight with him, all his own, but his good fortune, springing out of his ill fortune, hindered him, or he fell sick at Mocha, and could not be ready to travel, which was the saving of his money. There was none with me at the taking this prize but the sloop, for Captain Wilmot's ship proving leaky, he went away for the Rendezvous before us, and arrived there the middle of December, but not liking the port, he left a great cross on shore, with directions written on a plate of lead fixed to it, for us to come after him to the great bays at Mangahelly, where he found a very good harbour. But we learned a piece of news there that kept us from him a great while, which the admiral took offence at, but we stopped his mouth with his share of 200,000 pieces of eight to him and his ship's crew. But the story which interrupted our coming to him was this: between Mangahelly and another point, called Cape St. Sebastian, there came on shore in the night an European ship, and whether by stress of weather or want of a pilot I know not, but the ship stranded, and could not be got off. We lay in the cove or harbour, where, as I have said, our rendezvous was appointed, and had not yet been on shore, so we had not seen the directions our admiral had left for us. Our friend William, of whom I have said nothing a great while, had a great mind one day to go on shore, and importuned me to let him have a little troop to go with him, for safety, that they might see the country. I was mightily against it for many reasons, but particularly I told him he knew the natives were but savages, and they were very treacherous, and I desired him that he would not go, and had he gone on much farther, I believe I should have downright refused him, and commanded him not to go. But, in order to persuade me to let him go, he told me he would give me an account of the reason why he was so importunate. He told me the last night he had a dream, which was so forcible, and made such an impression upon his mind, that he could not be quiet till he had made the proposal to me to go, and if I refused him, then he thought his dream was significant, and if not, then his dream was at an end. His dream was, he said, that he went on shore with 30 men, of which the coxswain, he said, was one, upon the island, and that they found a mine of gold, and enriched them all. But this was not the main thing, he said, but that the same morning he had dreamed so, the coxswain came to him just then, and told him that he dreamed he went on shore on the island of Madagascar, and that some men came to him and told him they would show him where he should get a prize which would make them all rich. These two things put together began to weigh with me a little, though I was never inclined to give any heed to dreams, but William's importunity turned me effectually, for I always put a great deal of stress upon his judgment, so that, in short, I gave them leave to go, but I charged them not to go far off from the sea coast, that if they were forced down to the seaside upon any occasion, we might perhaps see them, and fetch them off with our boats. They went away early in the morning, 31 men of them in number, very well armed, and very stout fellows. They travelled all the day, and at night made us a signal that all was well, from the top of a hill, which we had agreed on, by making a great fire. Next day they marched down the hill on the other side, inclining towards the seaside, as they had promised, and saw a very pleasant valley before them, with a river in the middle of it, which a little farther below them seemed to be big enough to bear small ships. They marched apace towards this river, and were surprised with the noise of a piece going off, which, by the sound, could not be far off. They listened long, but could hear no more, so they went on to the riverside, which was a very fine fresh stream, but widened apace, and they kept on by the banks of it, till, almost at once, it opened or widened into a good large creek or harbour, about 5 miles from the sea, and that which was still more surprising, as they marched forward, they plainly saw, in the mouth of the harbour or creek, the wreck of a ship. End of section 19 of Captain Singleton, read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California, for LibriVox. Section 20 of Captain Singleton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Dennis Sayers. The Life, Adventures, and Piracies of Captain Singleton, by Daniel Defoe. The tide was up, as we call it, so that it did not appear very much above the water, but as they made downwards, they found it grow bigger and bigger, and the tide soon after ebbing out, they found it lay dry upon the sands, and appeared to be the wreck of a considerable vessel, larger than could be expected in that country. After some time, William, taking out his glass to look at it more nearly, was surprised with hearing a musket shot whistle by him, and immediately after that he heard the gun, and saw the smoke from the other side. Upon which our men immediately fired 3 muskets, to discover, if possible, what or who they were. Upon the noise of these guns, abundance of men came running down to the shore from among the trees, and our men could easily perceive that they were Europeans, though they knew not of what nation. However, our men hallooed to them as loud as they could, and by they got a long pole and set it up, and hung a white shirt upon it for a flag of truce. They on the other side saw it, by the help of their glasses too, and quickly after our men see a boat launch off from the shore, as they thought, but it was from another creek, it seems, and immediately they came rowing over the creek to our men, carrying also a white flag as a token of truce. It is not easy to describe the surprise or joy and satisfaction that appeared on both sides, to see not only white men, but Englishmen, in a place so remote. But what then must it be when they came to know one another, and to find that they were not only countrymen, but comrades, and that this was the very ship that Captain Wilmot, our admiral, commanded, and whose company we had lost in the storm at Tobago, after making an agreement to rendezvous at Madagascar. They had, it seems, got intelligence of us when they came to the south part of the island, and had been a roving as far as the Gulf of Bengal, when they met Captain Avery, with whom they joined, took several prizes, and, amongst the rest, one ship with the Great Mogul's daughter, and an immense treasure in money and jewels. And from thence they came about the coast of Coromandel, and afterwards that of Malabar, into the Gulf of Persia, where they also took some prize, and then designed for the south part of Madagascar, but the winds blowing hard at southeast and southeast by east, they came to the northward side of the isle, and being after that separated by a furious tempest from the northwest, they were forced into the mouth of that creek, where they lost their ship, and they told us also that they heard that Captain Avery himself had lost his ship also not far off. When they had thus acquainted one another with their fortunes, the poor overjoyed men were in haste to go back to communicate their joy to their comrades, and, leaving some of their men with ours, the rest went back, and William was so earnest to see them that he and 2 more men went back with them, and there he came to their little camp where they lived. There were about 160 men of them in all. They had got their guns on shore, and some ammunition, but a good deal of their powder was spoiled. However, they had raised a fair platform, and mounted 12 pieces of cannon upon it, which was a sufficient defence to them on that side of the sea, and just at the end of the platform they had made a launch and a little yard, and were all hard at work, building another little ship, as I may call it, to go to sea in. But they put a stop to this work upon the news they had of our being come in. When our men went into their huts, it was surprising indeed to see the vast stock of wealth they had got in gold and silver and jewels, which, however, they told us was a trifle to what Captain Avery had, wherever he was gone. It was 5 days we had waited for our men, and no news of them, and, indeed, I gave them over for lost, but was surprised, after 5 days waiting, to see a ship's boat come rowing towards us along shore. What to make of it I could not tell, but was, at least, better satisfied when our men told me they heard them halloo and saw them wave their caps to us. In a little time they came quite up to us, and I saw friend William stand up in the boat and make signs to us, so they came on board. But when I saw there were but 15 of our 31 men, I asked him what had become of their fellows. "Oh," says William, "they are all very well, and my dream is fully made good, and the coxswain's too." This made me very impatient to know how the case stood, so he told us the whole story, which indeed surprised us all. The next day we weighed, and stood away southerly to join Captain Wilmot and ship at Mangahelly, where we found them, as I said, a little chagrined at our stay, but we pacified him afterwards with telling him the history of William's dream, and the consequence of it. In the meantime, the camp of our comrades was so near Mangahelly that our admiral and I, friend William, and some of the men, resolved to take the sloop and go and see them, and fetch them all, and their goods, bag and baggage, on board our ship, which accordingly we did, and found their camp, their fortifications, the battery of guns they had erected, their treasure, and all the men, just as William had related it. So, after some stay, we took all the men into the sloop, and brought them away with us. It was some time before we knew what was become of Captain Avery, but after about a month, by the direction of the men who had lost their ship, we sent the sloop to cruise along the shore, to find out, if possible, where they were, and in about a week's cruise our men found them, and particularly that they had lost their ship, as well as our men had lost theirs, and that they were every way in as bad a condition as ours. It was about 10 days before the sloop returned, and Captain Avery with them, and this was the whole force that, as I remember, Captain Avery ever had with him, for now we joined all our companies together, and it stood thus: we had 2 ships and a sloop, in which we had 320 men, but much too few to man them as they ought to be, the great Portuguese ship requiring of herself near 400 to man her completely. As for our lost but now found comrade, Her complement of men was 180, or thereabouts, and Captain Avery had about 300 men with him, whereof he had 10 carpenters with him, most of which were taken aboard the prize they had taken; so that, in a word, all the force Avery had at Madagascar, in the year 1699, or thereabouts, amounted to our 3 ships, for his own was lost, as you have heard, and never had any more than about 1200 men in all. It was about a month after this that all our crews got together, and as Avery was unshipped, we all agreed to bring our company into the Portuguese man of war and the sloop, and give Captain Avery the Spanish frigate, with all the tackles and furniture, guns and ammunition, for his crew by themselves, for which they, being full of wealth, agreed to give us 40,000 pieces of 8. It was next considered what course we should take. Captain Avery, to give him his due, proposed our building a little city here, establishing ourselves on shore, with a good fortification, and works proper to defend ourselves, and that, as we had wealth enough, and could increase it to what degree we pleased, we should content ourselves to retire here and bid defiance to the world. But I soon convinced him that this place would be no security to us if we pretended to carry on our cruising trade, for that then all the nations of Europe, and indeed of that part of the world, would be engaged to root us out. But if we resolved to live there as in retirement, and plant in the country as private men, and give over our trade of pirating, then indeed we might plant and settle ourselves where we pleased. But then I told him the best way would be to treat with the natives, and buy a tract of land of them farther up the country, seated upon some navigable river, where boats might go up and down for pleasure, but not ships to endanger us, that thus planting the high ground with cattle, such as cows and goats, of which the country also was full, to be sure we might live here as well as any men in the world. And I owned to him I thought it was a good retreat for those that were willing to leave off and lay down, and yet did not care to venture home and be hanged, that is to say, to run the risk of it. Captain Avery, however he made no positive discovery of his intentions, seemed to me to decline my notion of going up into the country to plant. On the contrary, it was apparent he was of Captain Wilmot's opinion, that they might maintain themselves on shore, and yet carry on their cruising trade too, and upon this they resolved. But, as I afterwards understood, about 50 of their men went up the country, and settled themselves in an inland place as a colony. Whether they are there still or not, I cannot tell, or how many of them are left alive; but it is my opinion they are there still, and that they are considerably increased, for, as I hear, they have got some women among them, though not many, for it seems 5 Dutch women and 3 or 4 little girls were taken by them in a Dutch ship, which they afterwards took along to Mocha, and 3 of these women, marrying some of these men, went with them to live in their new plantation; but of this I speak only by hearsay. As we lay here some time, I found our people mightily divided in their notions; some were for going this way, and some that, till at last I began to foresee they would part company, and perhaps we should not have men enough to keep together to man the great ship. So I took Captain Wilmot aside, and began to talk to him about it, but soon perceived that he inclined himself to stay at Madagascar, and having got a vast wealth for his own share, had secret designs of getting home some way or other. I argued the impossibility of it, and the hazard he would run, either of falling into the hands of thieves and murderers in the Red Sea, who would never let such a treasure as his pass their hands, or of his falling into the hands of the English, Dutch, or French, who would certainly hang him for a pirate. I gave him an account of the voyage I had made from this very place to the continent of Africa, and what a journey it was to travel on foot. In short, nothing could persuade him but he would go into the Red Sea with the sloop, and where the children of Israel passed through the sea dry shod, and landing there, would travel to Grand Cairo by land, which is not above 80 miles, and from thence he said he could ship himself by the way of Alexandria to any part of the world. I represented the hazard, and indeed the impossibility of his passing by Mocha and Jiddah without being attacked, if he offered it by force, or plundered if he went to get leave, and explained the reasons of it so much and so effectually that, though at last he would not hearken to it himself, none of his men would go with him. They told him they would go anywhere with him to serve him, but that this was running himself and them into certain destruction, without any possibility of avoiding it, or probability of answering his end. The captain took what I said to him quite wrong, and pretended to resent it, and gave me some buccaneer words upon it, but I gave him no return to it but this, that I advised him for his advantage, that if he did not understand it so, it was his fault, not mine, that I did not forbid him to go, nor had I offered to persuade any of the men not to go with him, though it was to their apparent destruction. However, warm heads are not easily cooled. The captain was so eager that he quitted our company, and, with most part of his crew, went over to Captain Avery, and sorted with his people, taking all the treasure with him, which, by the way, was not very fair in him, we having agreed to share all our gains, whether more or less, whether absent or present. Our men muttered a little at it, but I pacified them as well as I could, and told them it was easy for us to get as much if we minded our hits, and Captain Wilmot had set us a very good example, for by the same rule the agreement of any further sharing of profits with them was at an end. I took this occasion to put into their heads some part of my further designs, which were to range over the Eastern Sea, and see if we could not make ourselves as rich as Mr. Avery, who, it was true, had gotten a prodigious deal of money, though not half of what was said of it in Europe. Our men were so pleased with my forward, enterprising temper, that they assured me they would go with me, one and all, over the whole globe, wherever I would carry them, and as for Captain Wilmot, they would have nothing more to do with him. This came to his ears, and put him into a great rage, so that he threatened, if I came on shore, he would cut my throat. I had information of it privately, but took no notice of it at all, only I took care not to go unprovided for him, and seldom walked about but in very good company. However, at last Captain Wilmot and I met, and talked over the matter very seriously, and I offered him the sloop to go where he pleased, or if he was not satisfied with that, I offered to take the sloop and leave him the great ship, but he declined both, and only desired that I would leave him 6 carpenters, which I had in our ship more than I had need of, to help his men to finish the sloop that was begun before we came thither, by the men that lost their ship. This I consented readily to, and lent him several other hands that were useful to them, and in a little time they built a stout brigantine, able to carry 14 guns and 200 men. What measures they took, and how Captain Avery managed afterwards, is too long a story to meddle with here, nor is it any of my business, having my own story still upon my hands. We lay here about these several simple disputes almost 5 months, when, about the latter end of March, I set sail with the great ship, having in her 44 guns and 400 men, and the sloop carrying 80 men. We did not steer to the Malabar coast, and so to the Gulf of Persia, as was first intended, the east monsoons blowing yet too strong, but we kept more under the African coast, where we had the wind variable till we passed the line, and made the Cape Bassa, in the latitude of 4 degrees 10 minutes. From thence, the monsoons beginning to change to the northeast and north-northeast, we led it away, with the wind large, to the Maldives, a famous ledge of islands, well known by all the sailors who have gone into those parts of the world, and leaving these islands a little to the south, we made Cape Comorin, the southernmost land of the coast of Malabar, and went round the Isle of Ceylon. Here we lay by a while to wait for purchase, and here we saw 3 large English East India ships going from Bengal, or from Fort St. George, homeward for England, or rather for Bombay and Surat, till the trade set in. We brought to, and, hoisting an English ancient and pendant, lay by for them, as if we intended to attack them. They could not tell what to make of us a good while, though they saw our colours, and I believe at first they thought us to be French, but as they came nearer to us, we let them soon see what we were, for we hoisted a black flag, with 2 cross daggers in it, on our main topmast head, which let them see what they were to expect. We soon found the effects for this, for at first they spread their ancients, and made up to us in a line, as if they would fight us, having the wind off shore, fair enough to have brought them on board us; but when they saw what force we were of, and found we were cruisers of another kind, they stood away from us again, with all the sail they could make. If they had come up, we should have given them an unexpected welcome, but as it was, we had no mind to follow them, so we let them go, for the same reasons which I mentioned before. But though we let them pass, we did not design to let others go at so easy a price. It was but the next morning that we saw a sail standing round Cape Comorin, and steering, as we thought, the same course with us. We knew not at first what to do with her, because she had the shore on her larboard quarter, and if we offered to chase her, she might put into any port or creek and escape us. But to prevent this, we sent the sloop to get in between her and the land. As soon as she saw that, she hauled in to keep the land aboard, and when the sloop stood towards her, she made right ashore, with all the canvas she could spread. The sloop, however, came up with her and engaged her, and found she was a vessel of 10 guns, Portuguese built, but in the Dutch traders' hands, and manned by Dutchmen, who were bound from the Gulf of Persia to Batavia to fetch spices and other goods from thence. The sloop's men took her, and had the rummaging of her before we came up. She had in her some European goods, and a good round sum of money, and some pearl, so that though we did not go to the Gulf for the pearl came to us out of the Gulf, and we had our share of it. This was a rich ship, and the goods were of very considerable value, besides the money and the pearl. We had a long consultation here what we should do with the men, for to give them the ship and let them pursue their voyage to Java would be to alarm the Dutch factory there, who are by far the strongest in the Indies, and to make our passage that way impracticable, whereas we resolved to visit that part of the world in our way, but were not willing to pass the great Bay of Bengal, where we hoped for a great deal of purchase, and therefore it behooved us not to be waylaid before we came there, because they knew we must pass by the straits of Malacca or those of Sunda, and either way it was very easy to prevent us. While we were consulting this in the great cabin, the men had had the same debate before the mast. It seems the majority there were for pickling up the poor Dutchmen among the herrings. In a word, they were for throwing them all into the sea. Poor William, the Quaker, was in great concern about this, and comes directly to me to talk about it. "Hark thee," says William, "what wilt thou do with these Dutchmen that thou hast on board? Thou wilt not let them go, I suppose," says he. "Why," says I, "William, would you advise me to let them go?" "No," says William, "I cannot say it is fit for thee to let them go, that is to say, to go on with their voyage to Batavia, because it is not for thy turn that the Dutch at Batavia should have any knowledge of thy being in these seas." "Well then," says I to him, "I know no remedy but to throw them overboard." "You know, William," says I, "a Dutchman swims like a fish, and all our people here are of the same opinion as well as I." At the same time I resolved it should not be done, but wanted to hear what William would say. He gravely replied, "If all the men of the ship were of that mind, I will never believe that thou wilt be of that mind thyself; for I have heard thee protest against cruelty in all other cases." "Well, William," says I, "that is true, but what then shall we do with them?" "Why," says William, "is there no way but to murder them? I am persuaded thou canst not be in earnest." "No, indeed, William," says I am not in earnest, but they shall not go to Java, no, nor to Ceylon, that is certain." "But," says William, "the men have done thee no injury at all. Thou hast taken a great treasure from them. What canst thou pretend to hurt them for?" "Nay, William," says I, "do not talk of that. I have pretence enough, if that be all. My pretence is to prevent doing me hurt, and that is as necessary a piece of the law of self-preservation as any you can name. But the main thing is, I know not what to do with them, to prevent their prating." While William and I were talking, the poor Dutchmen were openly condemned to die, as it may be called, by the whole ship's company, and so warm were the men upon it that they grew very clamorous, and when they heard that William was against it, some of them swore they should die, and if William opposed it, he should drown along with them. But as I was resolved to put an end to their cruel project, so I found it was time to take upon me a little, or the bloody humour might grow too strong. So I called the Dutchmen up and talked a little with them. First, I asked them if they were willing to go with us. 2 of them offered it presently, but the rest, which were 14, declined it. "Well then," said I, "where would you go?" They desired they should go to Ceylon. No, I told them, I could not allow them to go to any Dutch factory, and told them very plainly the reasons of it, which they could not deny to be just. I let them know also the cruel bloody measures of our men, but that I had resolved to save them if possible, and therefore I told them I would set them on shore at some English factory in the Bay of Bengal, or put them on board any English ship I met after I was past the Straits of Sunda or of Malacca, but not before; for as to my coming back again, I told them I would run the venture of their Dutch power from Batavia, but I would not have the news come there before me, because it would make all their merchant ships lay up, and keep out of our way. It came next into our consideration what we should do with their ship, but that was not long resolving, for there were but two ways, either to set her on fire or to run her on shore, and we chose the last. So we set her foresail with the tack at the cat head, and lashed her helm a little to starboard to answer her head sail, and so set her a-going with neither cat or dog in her, and it was not above 2 hours before we saw her run right ashore upon the coast, a little beyond the Cape Comorin, and away we went round about Ceylon for the coast of Coromandel. End of Section 20, read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California for LibriVox. Section 21 of Captain Singleton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Dennis Sayers. The Life, Adventures, and Piracies of Captain Singleton by Daniel Defoe. Section 21. We sailed along there, not in sight of the shore only, but so near as to see the ships in the road at Fort St. David, Fort St. George, and at the other factories along that shore, as well as along the coast of Golconda, carrying our English ancient when we came near the Dutch factories, and Dutch colours when we passed by the English factories. We met with little purchase upon this coast, except 2 small vessels of Golconda, bound across the bay with bales of calicoes and muslins and wrought silks, and 15 bales of romals, from the bottom of the bay, which were going, on whose account we knew not, to Acheen, and to the other ports on the coast of Malacca. We did not inquire to what place in particular, but we let the vessels go, having none but Indians on board. In the bottom of the bay we met with a great junk belonging to the Mogul's court, with a great many people, passengers as we supposed them to be. It seems they were bound for the river Hugli or Ganges, and came from Sumatra. This was a prize worth taking indeed, and we got so much gold in her, besides other goods, which we did not meddle with, pepper in particular, that it had like to have put an end to our cruise, for almost all my men said we were rich enough, and desired to go back again to Madagascar. But I had other things in my head still, and when I came to talk with them, and set friend William to talk with them, we put such further golden hopes into their heads that we soon prevailed with them to let us go on. The next design was to leave all the dangerous straits of Malacca, Singapore, and Sunda, where we could expect no great booty, but what we might light on in European ships, which we must fight for. And though we were able to fight, and wanted no courage, even to desperation, yet we were rich too, and resolved to be richer, and took this for our maxim, that while we were sure the wealth we sought was to be had without fighting, we had no occasion to put ourselves to the necessity of fighting for that which would come upon easy terms. We left, therefore, the Bay of Bengal, and coming to the coast of Sumatra, we put in at a small port, where there was a town, inhabited only by Malays, and here we took in fresh water and a large quantity of good pork, pickled up and well salted, notwithstanding the heat of the climate. being in the very middle of the torrid zone, viz. In 3 degrees 15 minutes north latitude. We also took on board both our vessels 40 hogs alive, which served us for fresh provisions, having abundance of food for them, such as the country produced, such as quams, potatoes, and a sort of coarse rice, good for nothing else but to feed the swine. We killed one of these hogs every day, and found them to be excellent meat. We took in also a monstrous quantity of ducks, and cocks and hens, the same kind as we have in England, which we kept for change of provisions, and if I remember right, we had no less than 2,000 of them, so that at first we were pestered with them very much, but we soon lessened them by boiling, roasting, stewing, etc., for we never wanted while we had them. My long projected design now lay open to me, which was to fall in amongst the Dutch Spice Islands, and see what mischief I could do there. Accordingly, we put out to sea the 12th of August, and passing the line on the 17th, we stood away due south, leaving the Straits of Sunda and the Isle of Java on the east, till we came to the latitude of 11 degrees 20 minutes, when we steered east and east-northeast, having easy gales from the west-southwest, till we came among the Moluccas, or Spice Islands. We passed those seas with less difficulty than in other places, the winds to the south of Java being more variable, and the weather good, though sometimes we met with squally weather and short storms. But when we came in among the Spice Islands themselves, we had a share of the monsoons, or trade winds, and made use of them accordingly. The infinite number of islands which lie in these seas embarrassed us strangely, and it was with great difficulty that we worked our way through them. Then we steered for the north side of the Philippines, when we had a double chance for purchase, viz., either to meet with the Spanish ships from Acapulco, on the coast of New Spain, or we were certain not to fail of finding some ships or junks of China, who, if they came from China, would have a great quantity of goods of value on board, as well as money; or if we took them going back, we should find them laden with nutmegs and cloves from Banda and Ternate, or from some of the other islands. We were right in our guesses here to a tittle, and we steered directly through a large outlet, which they call a strait, though it be 15 miles broad, and to an island they call Dammer, and from thence north-northeast to Banda. Between these islands we met with a Dutch junk, or vessel, going to Amboyna. We took her without much trouble, and I had much ado to prevent our men murdering all the men as soon as they heard them say they belonged to Amboyna. The reasons, I suppose, any one will guess. We took out of her about 16 tons of nutmegs, some provisions, and their small arms, for they had no great guns, and let the ship go. From thence we sailed directly to the Banda Island, or islands, where we were sure to get more nutmegs if we thought fit. For my part, I would willingly have got more nutmegs, though I had paid for them, but our people abhorred paying for anything, so we got about 12 ton more at several times, most of them from shore, and only a few in a small boat of the natives, which was going to Gilolo. We would have traded openly, but the Dutch, who have made themselves masters of all these islands, forbade the people dealing with us, or any strangers whatever, and kept them so in awe that they durst not do it. So we could indeed have made nothing of it if we had stayed longer, and therefore resolved to be gone for Ternate, and see if we could make up our loading with cloves. Accordingly we stood away north, but found ourselves so entangled among innumerable islands, and without any pilot that understood the channel and races between them, that we were obliged to give it over, and resolved to go back again to Banda, and see what we could get among the other islands thereabouts. The first adventure we made here had like to have been fatal to us all, for the sloop, being ahead, made the signal to us for seeing a sail, and afterwards another and a third, by which we understood she saw 3 sail, whereupon we made more sail to come up with her, but on a sudden were gotten among some rocks, falling foul upon them in such a manner as frightened us all very heartily, for having, it seems, but just water enough, as it were to an inch, our rudder struck upon the top of a rock, which gave us a terrible shock, and split a great piece off the rudder, and indeed disabled it so that our ship would not steer at all, at least not so as to be depended upon, and we were glad to hand all our sails, except our foresail and main topsail, and with them we stood away to the east to see if we could find any creek or harbour where we might lay the ship on shore and repair our rudder. Besides, we found the ship herself had received some damage, for she had some little leak near her stern post, but a great way under water. By this mischance we lost the advantages, whatever they were, of the 3 sail of ships, which we afterwards came to hear were small Dutch ships from Batavia, going from Banda and Amboina to load spice, and, no doubt, had a good quantity of money on board. Upon the disaster I have been speaking of, you may very well suppose that we came to an anchor as soon as we could, which was on a small island not far from Banda, where, though the Dutch keep no factory, yet they come at the season to buy nutmegs and mace. We stayed here 13 days, but there being no place where we could lay the ship on shore, we sent the sloop to cruise among the islands to look for a place fit for us. In the meantime we got very good water here, some provisions, roots and fruits, and a good quantity of nutmegs and mace, which we found ways to trade with the natives for, without the knowledge of their masters, the Dutch. At length our sloop returned, having found another island where there was a very good harbour, and we ran in and came to an anchor. We immediately unbent all our sails, sent them ashore upon the island, and set up 7 or 8 tents with them. Then we unrigged our topmasts and cut them down, hoisted all our guns out, our provisions and loading, and put them ashore in the tents. With the guns we made 2 small batteries, for fear of a surprise, and kept a lookout upon the hill. When we were all ready, we laid the ship aground upon a hard sand, the upper end of the harbour, and shored her up on each side. At low water she lay almost dry, so we mended her bottom, and stopped the leak, which was occasioned by straining some of the rudder irons with the shock which the ship had against the rock. Having done this, we also took occasion to clean her bottom, which, having been at sea so long, was very foul. The sloop washed and tallowed also, but was ready before us, and cruised 8 or 10 days among the islands, but met with no purchase, so that we began to be tired of the place, having little to divert us but the most furious claps of thunder that ever were heard or read of in the world. We were in hopes to have met with some purchase here among the Chinese, who, we had been told, came to Ternate to trade for clothes, and to Banda Isles for nutmegs, and we would have been very glad to have loaded our galleon or great ship with these 2 sorts of spice, and having thought it a glorious voyage; but we found nothing stirring more than what I have said, except Dutchmen, who, by what means we could not imagine, had either a jealousy of us or intelligence of us, and kept themselves close in their ports. I was once resolved to have made a descent at the island of Dumas, the place most famous for the best nutmegs, but friend William, who was always for doing our business without fighting, dissuaded me from it, and gave such reasons for it that we could not resist, particularly the great heats of the season and of the place, for we were now in the latitude of just half a degree south. But while we were disputing this point, we were soon determined by the following accident. We had a strong gale of wind at southwest by west, and the ship had fresh way, but a great sea rolling in upon us from the northeast, which we afterwards found was the pouring in of the great ocean east of New Guinea. However, as I said, we stood away large, and made fresh way, when, on the sudden, from a dark cloud which hovered over our heads, came a flash, or rather blast of lightning, which was so terrible, and quivered so long among us, that not I only, but all our men thought the ship was on fire. The heat of the flash, or fire, was so sensibly felt in our faces, that some of our men had blisters raised by it on their skins, not immediately perhaps by the heat, but by the poisonous or noxious particles which mixed themselves with the matter inflamed. But this was not all. The shock of the air, which the fracture in the clouds made, was such that our ship shook as when a broadside is fired, and her motion being checked, as it were at once, by a repulse superior to the force that gave her way before, the sails all flew back in a moment, and the ship lay, as we might truly say, thunderstruck. As the blast from the cloud was so very near us, it was but a few moments after the flash that the terriblest clap of thunder followed that was ever heard by mortals. I firmly believe a blast of 100,000 barrels of gunpowder could not have been greater to our hearing; nay, indeed, to some of our men it took away their hearing. It is not possible for me to describe, or any one to conceive, the terror of that moment. Our men were in such a consternation that not a man on board the ship had presence of mind to apply to the proper duty of a sailor, except friend William, and had he not run very nimbly, and with a composure that I am sure I was not master of, to let go the foresheet, set in the weather brace of the foreyard, and haul down the topsails, we had certainly brought all our masts by the board, and perhaps have been overwhelmed by the sea. As for myself, I must confess, my eyes were open to my danger, though not the least to anything of application for remedy. I was all amazement and confusion, and this was the first time that I can say I began to feel the effects of that horror which I know since much more of, upon the just reflection on my former life. I thought myself doomed by heaven to sink that moment into eternal destruction, and with this peculiar mark of terror, viz., that the vengeance was not executed in the ordinary way of human justice, but that God had taken me into his immediate disposing, and had resolved to be the executor of his own vengeance. Let them alone describe the confusion I was in who knew what was the case of John Child of Shadwell or Francis Spira. It is impossible to describe it. My soul was all amazement and surprise. I thought myself just sinking into eternity, owning the divine justice of my punishment, but not at all feeling any of the moving, softening tokens of a sincere penitent, afflicted at the punishment, but not at the crime, alarmed at the vengeance, but not terrified at the guilt, having the same gust to the crime, though terrified to the last degree at the thought of the punishment, which I concluded I was just now going to receive. But perhaps many that read this will be sensible of the thunder and lightning, that may think nothing of the rest, or rather may make a jest of it all. So I say no more of it at this time, but proceed to the story of the voyage. When the amazement was over, and the men began to come to themselves, they fell a calling for one another, every one for his friend, or for those he had most respect for, and it was a singular satisfaction to find that nobody was hurt. The next thing was to inquire if the ship had received no damage, when the boatswain, stepping forward, found that part of the head was gone, but not so as to endanger the bowsprit. So we hoisted our topsails again, hauled aft the foresheet, braced the yards, and went our course as before. Nor can I deny but that we were all somewhat like the ship, our first astonishment being a little over, and that we found the ship swim again. We were soon the same irreligious, hardened crew that we were before, and I among the rest. As we now steered, our course lay north-northeast, and we passed thus, with a fair wind, through the strait or channel between the island of Gilolo and the land of Nova Guinea, when we were soon in the open sea or ocean, on the southeast of the Philippines, being the great Pacific or South Sea, where it may be said to join itself with the vast Indian Ocean. As we passed into these seas, steering due north, so we soon crossed the line to the north side, and so sailed on towards Mindanao and Manila, the chief of the Philippine Islands, without meeting with any purchase till we came to the northward of Manila, and then our trade began, for here we took 3 Japanese vessels, though at some distance from Manila. 2 of them had made their market, and were going home with nutmegs, cinnamon, cloves, etc., besides all sorts of European goods brought with the Spanish ships from Acapulco. They had together 38 ton of cloves, and 5 or 6 ton of nutmegs, and as much cinnamon. We took the spice, but meddled very little of the European goods, they being, as we thought, not worth our while, but we were very sorry for it soon after, and therefore grew wiser upon the next occasion. The 3rd Japanese was the best prize to us, for he came with money, and a great deal of gold uncoined, to buy such goods as we mentioned above. We eased him of his gold, and did him no other harm, and having no intention to stay long here, we stood away for China. We were at sea above 2 months upon this voyage, beating it up against the wind, which blew steadily from the northeast, and within a point or 2 one way or other. And this indeed was the reason why we met with more prizes in our voyage. We were just gotten clear of the Philippines, and we proposed to go to the island of Formosa, but the wind blew so fresh at north-northeast that there was no making anything of it, and we were forced to put back to Laconia, the most northerly of those islands. We rode here very secure, and shifted our situation, not in view of any danger, for there was none, but for a better supply of provisions, which we found the people very willing to supply us with. There lay, while we remained here, 3 very great galleons or Spanish ships from the South Seas. Whether newly come in or ready to sail, we could not understand at first; but as we found the China traders began to load and set forward to the north, we concluded the Spanish ships had newly unloaded their cargo, and these had been buying. So we doubted not but we should meet with purchase in the rest of the voyage, neither indeed could we well miss of it. We stayed here till the beginning of May, when we were told the Chinese traders would set forward, for the northern monsoons end about the latter end of March, or beginning of April, so that they are sure of fair winds home. Accordingly, we hired some of the country boats, which are very swift sailors, to go and bring us word how affairs stood at Manila, and when the Chinese junks would sail; and by this intelligence we ordered our matters so well that 3 days after we set sail we fell in with no less than 11 of them, out of which, however, having by misfortune of discovering ourselves taken but 3, we contented ourselves and pursued our voyage to Formosa. In these 3 vessels we took, in short, such a quantity of cloves, nutmegs, cinnamon, and mace, besides silver, that our men began to be of my opinion, that we were rich enough, and in short, we had nothing to do now but to consider by what methods to secure the immense treasure we had got. I was secretly glad to hear that they were of this opinion, for I had long before resolved, if it were possible, to persuade them to think of returning, having fully perfected my first projected design of rummaging among the Spice Islands, and all those prizes which were exceeding rich at Manila was quite beyond my design. But now I had heard what the men said, and how they thought we were very well, I let them know by friend William that I intended only to sail to the island of Formosa, where I should find opportunity to turn our spices and Europe goods into ready money, and that then I would tack about for the south, the northern monsoons being perhaps by that time also ready to set in. They all approved of my design, and willingly went forward, because, besides the winds, which would not permit until October to go to the south, besides this, we were now a very deep ship, having near 200 tons of goods on board, and particularly some very valuable. The sloop also had a proportion. With this resolution we went on cheerfully, when, within about 12 days' sail more, we made the island Formosa, at a great distance, but were ourselves shot beyond the southernmost part of the island, being to leeward, and almost upon the coast of China. Here we were a little at a loss, for the English factories were not far off, and we might be obliged to fight some of their ships if we met with them, which, though we were able enough to do, yet we did not desire it on many accounts, and particularly because we did not think it was our business to have it known who we were, or that such a kind of people as we had been seen on the coast. However, we were obliged to keep to the northward, keeping as good an offing as we could with respect to the coast of China. We had not sailed long, but we chased a small Chinese junk, and having taken her, we found she was bound to the island of Formosa, having no goods on board but some rice and a small quantity of tea; but she had 3 Chinese merchants in her, and they told us that they were going to meet a large vessel of their country, which came from Tonquin, and lay in a river in Formosa, whose name I forgot; and they were going to the Philippine Islands with silks, muslins, calicoes, and such goods as are the product of China, and some gold; that their business was to sell their cargo and buy spices and European goods. This suited very well with our purpose, so I resolved now that we would leave off being pirates and turn merchants. So we told them what goods we had on board, and that, if they would bring their supercargoes or merchants on board, we would trade with them. They were very willing to trade with us, but terribly afraid to trust us, nor was it an unjust fear, for we had plundered them already of what they had. On the other hand, we were as diffident as they, and very uncertain what to do. But William the Quaker put this matter into a way of barter. He came to me and told me he really thought the merchants looked like fair men, that meant honestly. And besides, says William, it is their interest to be honest now, for as they know upon what terms we got the goods we are to truck with them, so they know we can afford good pennyworths, and in the next place it saves them going the whole voyage, so that the southerly monsoons yet holding, if they traded with us, they could immediately return with their cargo to China, though, by the way, we afterwards found they intended for Japan. But that was all one, for by this means they saved at least 8 months' voyage. Upon these foundations, William said he was satisfied we might trust them. For, says William, I would as soon trust a man whose interest binds him to be just to me as a man whose principle binds himself. Upon the whole, William proposed that 2 of the merchants should be left on board our ship as hostages, and that part of our goods should be loaded in their vessel, and let the 3rd go with it into the port where their ship lay, and when he had delivered the spices he should bring back such things as it was agreed should be exchanged. This was concluded on, and William the Quaker ventured to go along with them, which, upon my word, I should not have cared to have done, nor was I willing that he should, but he went still upon the notion that it was their interest to treat him friendly. End of Section 21. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California, for LibriVox. Section 22 of Captain Singleton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Dennis Sayers. The Life, Adventures, and Piracies of Captain Singleton, by Daniel Defoe. In the meantime, we came to anchor under a little island in the latitude of 23 degrees 28 minutes, being just under the northern tropic, and about 20 leagues from the island. Here we lay 13 days, and began to be very uneasy for my friend William, for they had promised to be back again in 4 days, which they might very easily have done. However, at the end of 13 days we saw 3 sail coming directly to us, which a little surprised us all at first, not knowing what might be the case, and we began to put ourselves in a posture of defence. But as they came nearer us, we were soon satisfied, for the first vessel was that which William went in, who carried a flag of truce, and in a few hours they all came to an anchor, and William came on board us with a little boat, with the Chinese merchant in his company, and 2 other merchants, who seemed to be a kind of brokers for the rest. Here he gave us an account how civilly he had been used, how they had treated him with all imaginable frankness and openness, that they had not only given him the full value of his spices and other goods which he carried, in gold, by good weight, but had loaded the vessel again with such goods as he knew we were willing to trade for, and that afterwards they had resolved to bring the great ship out of the harbour, to lie where we were, that so we might make what bargain we thought fit. Only William said he had promised in our name that we should use no violence with them, nor detain any of the vessels after we had done trading with them. I told him we would strive to outdo them in civility, and that we would make good every part of his agreement, in token whereof I caused a white flag likewise to be spread at the poop of our great ship, which was the signal agreed on. As to the third vessel which came with them, it was a kind of bark of the country, who, having intelligence of our design to traffic, came off to deal with us, bringing a great deal of gold and some provisions, which at that time we were very glad of. In short, we traded upon the high seas with these men, and indeed we made a very good market, and yet sold thieves pennyworths too. We sold here about 60 ton of spice, chiefly cloves and nutmegs, and above 200 bales of European goods, such as linen and woolen manufactures. We considered we should have occasion for some such things ourselves, and so we kept a good quantity of English stuffs, cloth, baize, etc., for ourselves. I shall not take up any of the little room I have left here with the further particulars of our trade. It is enough to mention that, except a parcel of tea and 12 bales of fine China wrought silks, we took nothing in exchange for our goods but gold, so that the sum we took here in that glittering commodity amounted to above 50,000 ounces, good weight. When we had finished our barter, we restored the hostages, and gave the 3 merchants about the quantity of 1,200 weight of nutmegs, and as many of cloves, with a handsome present of European linen and stuff for themselves, as a recompense for what we had taken from them. So we sent them away exceedingly well satisfied. Here it was that William gave me an account, that while he was on board the Japanese vessel, he met with a kind of religious or Japan priest, who spoke some words of English to him, and, being very inquisitive to know how he came to learn any of those words, he told him that there was in his country 13 Englishmen. He called them Englishmen very articulately and distinctly, for he had conversed with them very frequently and freely. He said that they were all that were left of 32 men, who came on shore on the north side of Japan, being driven upon a great rock in a stormy night, where they lost their ship, and the rest of their men were drowned; that he had persuaded the king of his country to send boats off to the rock or island where the ship was lost, to save the rest of the men, and to bring them on shore, which was done, and they were used very kindly, and had houses built for them, and land given them to plant for provision, and that they lived by themselves. He said he went frequently among them to persuade them to worship their God, an idol, I suppose, of their own making, which he said they ungratefully refused, and that therefore the king had once or twice ordered them all to be put to death, but that, as he said, he had prevailed upon the king to spare them, and let them live their own way, as long as they were quiet and peaceable, and did not go about to withdraw others from the worship of the country. I asked William why he did not inquire from whence they came. I did, said William, for how could I but think it strange, said he, to hear him talk of Englishmen on the north side of Japan. Well, said I, what account did he give of it? An account, said William, that will surprise thee, and all the world after thee that shall hear of it, and which makes me wish thou wouldst go up to Japan and find them out. What do you mean? Said I. Whence could they come? Why, says William, he pulled out a little book, and in it a piece of paper, where it was written in an Englishman's hand, and in plain English words, thus, and, says William, I read it myself: We came from Greenland and from the North Pole. This indeed was amazing to us all, and more so to those seamen among us who knew anything of the infinite attempts which had been made from Europe, as well by the English as the Dutch, to discover a passage that way into those parts of the world; and as William pressed as earnestly to go on to the north and to rescue those poor men, so the ship's company began to incline to it, and, in a word, we all came to this, that we would stand in to the shore of Formosa to find this priest again, and have a further account of it all from him. Accordingly, the sloop went over, but when they came there, the vessels were very unhappily sailed, and this put an end to our inquiry after them, and perhaps may have disappointed mankind of one of the most noble discoveries that ever was made, or will again be made, in the world for the good of mankind in general, but so much for that. William was so uneasy at losing this opportunity that he pressed us earnestly to go up to Japan to find out these men. He told us that if it was nothing but to recover 13 honest poor men from a kind of captivity which they would otherwise never be redeemed from, and where, perhaps, they might some time other be murdered by the barbarous people in defence of their idolatry, it were very well worth our while, and it would be, in some measure, making amends for the mischiefs we had done in the world. But we, that had no concern upon us for the mischiefs we had done, had much less about any satisfactions to be made for it, so he found that kind of discourse would weigh very little with us. Then he pressed us very earnestly to let him have the sloop to go by himself, and I told him I would not oppose it. But when he came to the sloop, none of the men would go with him, for the case was plain. They had all a share in the cargo of the great ship, as well as in that of the sloop, and the richness of the cargo was such they would not leave it by any means. So poor William, much to his mortification, was obliged to give it over. What became of those 13 men, or whether they are not there still, I can give no account of. We are now at the end of our cruise. What we had taken was indeed so considerable that it was not only enough to satisfy the most covetous and the most ambitious minds in the world, but it did indeed satisfy us, and our men declared they did not desire any more. The next motion, therefore, was about going back, and the way by which we should perform the voyage, so as not to be attacked by the Dutch in the Straits of Sunda. We had pretty well restored ourselves here with provisions, and it being now near the end of the monsoons, we resolved to stand away to the southward, and not only to keep without the Philippine Islands, that is to say, to the eastward of them, but to keep on to the southward, and see if we could not leave not only the Moluccas or Spice Islands behind us, but even Novo Guinea and Nova Hollandia also, and so, getting into the variable winds to the south of the Tropic of Capricorn, steer away to the west over the great Indian Ocean. This was indeed at first a monstrous voyage in its appearance, and the want of provisions threatened us. William told us in so many words that it was impossible we could carry provisions enough to subsist us for such a voyage, and especially fresh water, and that as there would be no land for us to touch at where we could get any supply, it was a madness to undertake it. But I undertook to remedy this evil, and therefore desired them not to be uneasy at that, for I knew that we might supply ourselves at Mindanao, the most southerly island of the Philippines. Accordingly we set sail, having taken all the provisions here that we could get, the 28th of September, the wind veering a little at first from north-northwest to the northeast by east, but afterwards settled about the northeast and the east-northeast. We were 9 weeks in this voyage, having met with several interruptions by the weather, and put in under the lee of a small island in the latitude of 16 degrees 12 minutes, of which we never knew the name, none of our charts having given any account of it. I say we put in here by reason of a strange tornado or hurricane, which brought us into a great deal of danger. Here we rode about 16 days, the winds being very tempestuous and the weather uncertain. However, we got some provisions on shore, such as plants and roots, and a few hogs. We believed there were inhabitants on the island, but we saw none of them. From hence, the weather settling again, we went on and came to the southernmost part of Mindanao, where we took in fresh water and some cows, but the climate was so hot that we did not attempt to salt up any more than so as to keep a fortnight or 3 weeks, and away we stood southward, crossing the line, and leaving Gilolo on the starboard side, we coasted the country they call New Guinea, where, in the latitude of 8 degrees south, we put in again for provisions and water, and where we found inhabitants, but they fled from us, and were altogether inconversable. From thence, sailing still southward, we left all behind us that any of our charts and maps took any notice of, and went on till we came to the latitude of 17 degrees, the wind continuing still northeast. Here we made land to the westward, which, when we had kept in sight for 3 days, coasting along the shore for the distance of about 4 leagues, we began to fear that we should find no outlet west, and so should be obliged to go back again, and put in among the Moluccas at last. But at length we found the land break off, and go trending away to the West Sea, seeming to be all open to the south and southwest, and a great sea came rolling out of the south, which gave us to understand that there was no land for a great way. In a word, we kept on our course to the south, a little westerly, till we passed the South Tropic, where we found the winds variable, and now we stood away fair west, and held it out for about 20 days, when we discovered land right ahead, and on our larboard bow. We made directly to the shore, being willing to take all advantages now for supplying ourselves with fresh provisions and water, knowing we were now entering on that vast unknown Indian Ocean, perhaps the greatest sea on the globe, having, with very little interruption of islands, a continued sea quite around the globe. We found a good road here, and some people on shore, but when we landed they fled up the country, nor would they hold any correspondence with us, nor come near us, but shot at us several times with arrows as long as lances. We set up white flags for a truce, but they either did not or would not understand it. On the contrary, they shot our flag of truce through several times with their arrows, so that, in a word, we never came near any of them. We found good water here, though it was somewhat difficult to get at, but for living creatures we could see none, for the people, if they had any cattle, drove them all away, and showed us nothing but themselves, and that sometimes in a threatening posture, and in number so great that made us suppose the island to be greater than we first imagined. It is true they would not come near enough for us to engage with them, at least not openly, but they came near enough for us to see them, and, by the help of our glasses, to see that they were clothed and armed, but their clothes were only about their lower and middle parts, that they had long lances, half pikes in their hands, besides bows and arrows, that they had great high things on their heads, made, as we believed, of feathers, and which looked something like our grenadiers' caps in England. When we saw them so shy that they would not come near us, our men began to range over the island, if it was such, for we never surrounded it, to search for cattle, and for any of the Indian plantations, for fruits or plants, but they soon found, to their cost, that they were to use more caution than that came to, and that they were to discover perfectly every bush and every tree before they ventured abroad in the country, for about 14 of our men going farther than the rest, into a part of the country which seemed to be planted, as they thought, for it did but seem so, only I think it was overgrown with canes, such as we make our cane chairs with. I say, venturing too far, they were suddenly attacked with a shower of arrows from almost every side of them, as they thought, out of the tops of the trees. They had nothing to do but to fly for it, which, however, they could not resolve on, till 5 of them were wounded, nor had they escaped so, if one of them had not been so wiser or thoughtfuler than the rest, as to consider that though they could not see the enemy so as to shoot at them, yet perhaps the noise of their shot might terrify them, and that they should rather fire at a venture. Accordingly, 10 of them faced about and fired at random anywhere among the canes. The noise and the fire not only terrified the enemy, but, as they believed, their shot had luckily hit some of them, for they found not only that the arrows which came thick among them before ceased, but they heard the Indians halloo after their way to one another, and make a strange noise, more uncouth and inimitably strange than any they had ever heard, more like the howling and barking of wild creatures in the woods than like the voice of men, only that sometimes they seemed to speak words. They observed also that this noise of the Indians went farther and farther off, so that they were satisfied the Indians fled away, except on one side, where they heard a doleful groaning and howling, and where it continued a good while, which they supposed was from some or other of them being wounded, and howling by reason of their wounds, or killed, and others howling over them. But our men had enough of making discoveries, so they did not trouble themselves to look farther, but resolved to take this opportunity to retreat. But the worst of their adventure was to come, for as they came back, they passed by a prodigious great trunk of an old tree. What tree it was, they said, they did not know, but it stood like an old decayed oak in a park, where the keepers in England take a stand, as they call it, to shoot a deer, and it stood just under the steep side of a great rock or hill, that our people could not see what was beyond it. As they came by this tree, they were of a sudden shot at from the top of the tree with 7 arrows and 3 lances, which, to our grief, killed 2 of our men, and wounded 3 more. This was the more surprising, because, being without any defence, and so near the trees, they expected more lances and arrows every moment, nor would flying do them any service, the Indians being, as appeared, very good marksmen. In this extremity they had happily this presence of mind, viz., to run close to the tree and stand, as it were, under it, so that those above could not come at or see them, to throw their lances at them. This succeeded, and gave them time to consider what to do. They knew their enemies and murderers were above, they heard them talk, and those above knew those were below, but they below were obliged to keep close for fear of their lances from above. At length one of our men, looking a little more strictly than the rest, thought he saw the head of one of the Indians just over a dead limb of the tree, which, it seems, the creature sat upon. One man immediately fired, and levelled his piece so true that the shot went through the fellow's head, and down he fell out of the tree immediately, and came upon the ground with such force, with the height of his fall, that if he had not been killed with the shot, he would certainly have been killed with dashing his body against the ground. This so frightened them that, besides the howling noise they made in the tree, our men heard a strange clutter of them in the body of the tree, from whence they concluded they had made the tree hollow, and were got to hide themselves there. Now, had this been the case, they were secure enough from our men, for it was impossible any of our men could get up the tree on the outside, there being no branches to climb by, and to shoot at the tree, that they tried several times to no purpose, for the tree was so thick that no shot would enter it. They made no doubt, however, but that they had their enemies in a trap, and that a small siege would either bring them down, tree and all, or starve them out. So they resolved to keep their post, and send to us for help. Accordingly, 2 of them came away to us for more hands, and particularly desired that some of our carpenters might come with tools to help cut down the tree, or at least to cut down other wood and set fire to it, and that, they concluded, would not fail to bring them out. Accordingly, our men went like a little army, and with mighty preparations for an enterprise, the like of which has scarce been ever heard, to form the siege of a great tree. However, when they came there, they found the task difficult enough, for the old trunk was indeed a very great one, and very tall, being at least 22 feet high, with 7 old limbs standing out every way from the top, but decayed, and very few leaves, if any, left on it. William the Quaker, whose curiosity led him to go among the rest, proposed that they should make a ladder and get upon the top, and then throw wildfire into the tree and smoke them out. Others proposed going back and getting a great gun out of the ship, which would split the tree in pieces with the iron bullets. Others, that they should cut down a great deal of wood and pile it up round the tree and set it on fire, and burn the tree and the Indians in it. These consultations took up our people no less than 2 or 3 days, in all which time they heard nothing of the supposed garrison within this wooden castle, nor any noise within. William's project was first gone about, and a large strong ladder was made to scale this wooden tower, and in 2 or 3 hours' time it would have been ready to mount, when, on a sudden, they heard the noise of the Indians in the body of the tree again, and, a little after, several of them appeared at the top of the tree, and threw some lances down at our men, one of which struck one of our seamen atop of the shoulder, and gave him such a desperate wound that the surgeons not only had a great deal of difficulty to cure him, but the poor man endured such horrible torture that we all said they had better have killed him outright. However, he was cured at last, though he never recovered the perfect use of his arm, the lance having cut some of the tendons on the top of the arm, near the shoulder, which, as I suppose, performed the office of motion to the limb before, so that the poor man was a cripple all the days of his life. But to return to the desperate rogues in the tree, our men shot at them, but did not find they had hit them, or any of them, but as soon as ever they shot at them, they could hear them huddle down into the trunk of the tree again, and there, to be sure, they were safe. Well, however, it was this which put by the project of William's ladder, for when it was done, who would venture up among such a troop of bold creatures as were there, and who, they supposed, were desperate by their circumstances; and as but one man at a time could go up, they began to think it would not do. And indeed I was of the opinion, for about this time I was come to their assistance, that going up the ladder would not do, unless it was thus, that a man should, as it were, run just up to the top, and throw some fireworks into the tree, and come down again, and this we did 2 or 3 times, but found no effect of it. At last one of our gunners made a stink pot, as we called it, being a composition which only smokes, but does not flame or burn; but withal the smoke of it is so thick, and the smell of it so intolerably nauseous, that it is not to be suffered. This he threw into the tree himself, and we waited for the effect of it, but heard or saw nothing all that night or the next day; so we concluded the men within were all smothered, when, on a sudden, the next night, we heard them upon the top of the tree again, shouting and hallooing like madmen. We concluded, as anybody would, that this was to call for help, and we resolved to continue our siege, for we were all enraged to see ourselves so balked by a few wild people, whom we thought we had safe in our clutches; and indeed never were there so many concurring circumstances to delude men in any case we had met with. We resolved, however, to try another stink pot the next night, and our engineer and gunner had got it ready, when, hearing a noise of the enemy on the top of the tree, and in the body of the tree, I was not willing to let the gunner go up the ladder, which I said would be but to be certain of being murdered. However, he found a medium for it, and that was to go up a few steps, and with a long pole in his hand to throw it in upon the top of the tree, the ladder being standing all this while against the top of the tree. But when the gunner, with his machine at the top of his pole, came to the tree, with 3 other men to help him, behold, the ladder was gone. Section 22. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California for LibriVox. Section 23 of Captain Singleton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dennis Sayers. The Life, Adventures, and Piracies of the Famous Captain Singleton, by Daniel Defoe. Section 23. This perfectly confounded us, and we now concluded the Indians in the tree had, by this piece of negligence, taken the opportunity, and come all down the ladder, made their escape, and had carried away the ladder with them. I laughed most heartily at my friend William, who, as I said, had the direction of the siege, and had set up a ladder for the garrison, as we called them, to get down upon, and run away. But when daylight came, we were all set to rights again, for there stood our ladder, hauled up on the top of the tree, with about half of it in the hollow of the tree, and the other half upright in the air. Then we began to laugh at the Indians for fools, that they could not as well have found their way down by the ladder, and have made their escape, as to have pulled it up by main strength into the tree. We then resolved upon fire, and so to put an end to the work at once, and burn the tree and its inhabitants together, and accordingly we went to work to cut wood, and in a few hours' time we got enough, as we thought, together, and piling it up round the bottom of the tree, we set it on fire, waiting at a distance to see when, the gentlemen's quarters being too hot for them, they would come flying out at the top. But we were quite confounded when, on a sudden, we found the fire all put out by a great quantity of water thrown upon it. We then thought the devil must be in them, to be sure. Says William, "This is certainly the cunningest piece of Indian engineering that ever was heard of, and there can be but one thing more to guess at, besides witchcraft and dealing with the devil, which I believe not one word of," says he, "and that must be that this is an artificial tree, or a natural tree, artificially made hollow down into the earth, through root and all, and that these creatures have an artificial cavity underneath it, quite into the hill, or a way to go through, and under the hill, to some other place, and where that other place is we know not, but if it be not our own fault, I'll find the place, and follow them into it before I am 2 days older." He then called the carpenters, to know of them if they had any large saws that would cut through the body, and they told him they had no saws that were long enough, nor could men work into such a monstrous old stump in a great while, but that they would go to work with it with their axes, and undertake to cut it down in 2 days, and stock up the root of it in 2 more. But William was for another way, which proved much better than all this, for he was for silent work, that, if possible, he might catch some of the fellows in it. So he sets 12 men to it with large augers, to bore great holes into the side of the tree, to go almost through, but not quite through, which holes were bored without noise, and when they were done he filled them with gunpowder, stopping strong plugs bolted crossways into the holes, and then boring a slanting hole of a less size down into the greater hole, all of which were filled with powder, and at once blown up. When they took fire, they made such a noise, and tore and split up the tree in so many places, and in such a manner, that we could see plainly such another blast would demolish it, and so it did. Thus, at the second time, we could, at 2 or 3 places, put our hands in them, and discovered a cheat, namely, that there was a cave or hole dug into the earth, from or through the bottom of the hollow, and that it had communication with another cave farther in, where we heard the voices of several of the wild folks calling and talking to one another. When we came thus far, we had a great mind to get at them, and William desired that 3 men might be given him with hand grenadoes, and he promised to go down first, and boldly he did so, for William, to give him his due, had the heart of a lion. They had pistols in their hands, and swords by their sides, but as they had taught the Indians before by their stink pots, the Indians returned them in their own kind, for they made such a smoke come up out of the entrance into the cave or hollow, that William and his 3 men were glad to come running out of the cave, and out of the tree too, for mere want of breath, and indeed they were almost stifled. Never was a fortification so well defended, or assailants so many ways defeated. We were now for giving it over, and particularly I called William, and told him I could not but laugh to see us spinning out our time here for nothing, that I could not imagine what we were doing, that it was certain that the rogues that were in it were cunning to the last degree, and it would vex anybody to be so balked by a few naked ignorant fellows. But still it was not worth our while to push it any further, nor was there anything that I knew of to be got by the conquest when it was made, so that I thought it high time to give it over. William acknowledged what I said was just, and that there was nothing but our curiosity to be gratified in this attempt; and though, as he said, he was very desirous to have searched into the thing, yet he would not insist upon it, so we resolved to quit it and come away, which we did. However, William said before he went he would have this satisfaction of them, viz., to burn down the tree and stop up the entrance into the cave; and while doing this, the gunner told him he would have one satisfaction of the rogues, and this was, that he would make a mine of it, and see which way it had vent. Upon this he fetched 2 barrels of powder out of the ships, and placed them in the inside of the hollow of the cave, as far in as he durst go to carry them, and then filling up the mouth of the cave where the tree stood, and ramming it sufficiently hard, leaving only a pipe or touch-hole, he gave fire to it, and stood at a distance to see which way it would operate, when on a sudden he found the force of the powder burst its way out among some bushes on the other side the little hill I mentioned, and that it came roaring out there as out of the mouth of a cannon. Immediately running thither, we saw the effects of the powder. First, we saw that there was the other mouth of the cave, which the powder had so torn and opened, that the loose earth was so fallen in again that nothing of shape could be discerned. But there we saw what was become of the garrison of the Indians too, who had given us all this trouble, for some of them had no arms, some no legs, some no head, some lay half buried in the rubbish of the mine, that is to say, in the loose earth that fell in, and in short there was a miserable havoc made in them all, for we had good reason to believe not one of them that were in the inside could escape, but rather were shot out of the mouth of the cave like a bullet out of a gun. We had now our full satisfaction of the Indians, but, in short, this was a losing voyage, for we had 2 men killed, 1 quite crippled, and 5 more wounded. We spent 2 barrels of powder, and 11 days' time, in all to get the understanding how to make an Indian mine, or how to keep garrison in a hollow tree; and with this wit, bought at this dear price, we came away, having taken in some fresh water, but got no fresh provisions. We then considered what we should do to get back again to Madagascar. We were much about the latitude of the Cape of Good Hope, but had such a very long run, and were neither sure of meeting with fair winds nor with any land in the way, that we knew not what to think of it. William was our last resort in this case again, and he was very plain with us. "Friend," says he to Captain Wilmot, "what occasion hast thou to run the venture of starving, merely for the pleasure of saying thou hast been where nobody has been before? There are a great many places nearer home, of which thou mayst say the same thing at less expense. I see no occasion thou hast of keeping thus far south any longer than till you are sure you are to the west end of Java and Sumatra, and then thou mayst stand away north toward Ceylon and the coast of Coromandel and Madras, where thou mayst get both fresh water and fresh provisions, and to that part it is likely we may hold out well enough with the stores we have already." This was wholesome advice, and such as was not to be slighted; so we stood away to the west, keeping between the latitude of 31 and 35, and had very good weather and fair winds for about 10 days' sail, by which time, by our reckoning, we were clear of the isles, and might run away to the north; and if we did not fall in with Ceylon, we should at least go into the great deep bay of Bengal. But we were out in our reckoning a great deal, for when we had stood due north for about 15 or 16 degrees, we met with land again on our starboard bow, about 3 leagues distance, so we came to an anchor about half a league from it, and manned out our boats to see what sort of a country it was. We found it a very good one, fresh water easy to come at, but no cattle that we could see, or inhabitants, and we were very shy of searching too far after them, lest we should make such another journey as we did last, so that we let rambling alone, and chose rather to take what we could find, which was only a few wild mangoes, and some plants of several kinds, which we knew not the names of. We made no stay here, but put to sea again, northwest by north, but had little wind for a fortnight more, when we made land again, and standing in with the shore, we were surprised to find ourselves on the south shore of Java, and just as we were coming to an anchor, we saw a boat carrying Dutch colours sailing along shore. We were not solicitous to speak with them, or any other of their nation, but left it indifferent to our people, when they went on shore, to see the Dutchmen, or not to see them. Our business was to get provisions, which indeed by this time were very short with us. We resolved to go on shore with our boats in the most convenient place we could find, and to look out a proper harbour to bring the ship into, leaving it to our fate whether we should meet with friends or enemies, resolving, however, not to stay any considerable time, at least not long enough to have expresses sent across the island to Batavia, and for ships to come round from thence to attack us. We found, according to our desire, a very good harbour, where we rode in 7 fathom water, well defended from the weather, whatever might happen, and here we got fresh provisions, such as good hogs and some cows, and that we might lay in a little store, we killed 16 cows, and pickled and barrelled up the flesh as well as we could be supposed to do in the latitude of 8 degrees from the line. We did all this in about 5 days, and filled our casks with water, and the last boat was coming off with herbs and roots, we being unmoored, and our fore topsail loose for sailing, when we spied a large ship to the northward, bearing down directly upon us. We knew not what she might be, but concluded the worst, and made all possible haste to get our anchor up and get under sail, and that we might be in readiness to see what she had to say to us, for we were under no great concern for one ship, but our notion was that we should be attacked by 3 or 4 together. By the time we had got up our anchor, and the boat was stowed, the ship was within a league of us, and, as we thought, bore down to engage us, so we spread our black flag, or ancient, on the poop, and the bloody flag at the top masthead, and having made a clear ship, we stretched away to the westward, to get the wind of him. They had, it seems, quite mistaken us before, expecting nothing of an enemy or pirate in those seas, and not doubting but we had been one of their own ships, they seemed to be in some confusion when they found their mistake, so they immediately hauled upon a wind on the other tack, and stood edging in for the shore, towards the easternmost part of the island. Upon this we tacked, and soon after him, with all the sail we could, and in 2 hours came almost within gunshot. Though they crowded all the sail they could lay on, there was no remedy but to engage us, and they soon saw their inequality of force. We fired a gun for them to bring to, so they manned out their boat, and sent to us with a flag of truce. We sent back the boat, but with this answer to the captain, that we had nothing to do but to strike and bring his ship to an anchor under our stern, and come on board us himself, when he should know our demands; but that, however, since he had not yet put us to the trouble of forcing him, which we saw we were able to do, we assured them that the captain should return again in safety, and all his men, and that, supplying us with such things as we should demand, his ship should not be plundered. They went back with this message, and it was some time after they were on board before they struck, which made us begin to think they refused it. So we fired a shot, and in a few minutes more we perceived their boat put off, and as soon as the boat put off, the ship struck and came to an anchor, as was directed. When the captain came on board, we demanded an account of their cargo, which was chiefly bales of goods from Bengal for Bantam. We told them our present want was provisions, which they had no need of, being just at the end of their voyage, and that if they would send their boat on shore with ours, and procure us 26 head of black cattle, 80 hogs, a quantity of brandy and arrack, and 300 bushels of rice, we would let them go free. As to the rice, they gave us 600 bushels, which they had actually on board, together with a parcel shipped upon freight. Also they gave us 30 middling casks of very good arrack, but beef and pork they had none. However, they went on shore with our men, and bought 11 bullocks and 50 hogs, which were pickled up for our occasion, and upon the supplies of provision from shore, we dismissed them and their ship. We lay here several days before we could furnish ourselves with the provisions agreed for, and some of the men fancied the Dutchmen were contriving our destruction, but they were very honest, and did what they could to furnish the black cattle, but found it impossible to supply so many. So they came and told us ingenuously that unless we could stay a while longer, they could get no more oxen or cows than those 11, with which we were obliged to be satisfied, taking the value of them in other things, rather than stay longer there. On our side we were punctual with them in observing the conditions we had agreed on, nor would we let any of our men so much as go on board them, or suffer any of their men to come on board us, for had any of our men gone on board, nobody could have answered for their behaviour, any more than if they had been on shore in an enemy's country. We were now victualled for our voyage, and as we mattered not purchase, we went merrily on for the coast of Ceylon, where we intended to touch, to get fresh water again, and more provisions. And we had nothing material offered in this part of the voyage, only that we met with contrary winds, and were above a month in the passage. We put in upon the south coast of the island, desiring to have as little to do with the Dutch as we could, and as the Dutch were lords of the country as to commerce, so they are more so of the sea coast, where they have several forts, and in particular have all the cinnamon, which is the trade of that island. We took in fresh water here, and some provisions, but did not much trouble ourselves about laying in any stores, our beef and hogs, which we got at Java, being not yet all gone by a great deal. We had a little skirmish on shore here with some of the people of the island, some of our men having been a little too familiar with the homely ladies of the country, for homely indeed they were, to such a degree that if our men had not had good stomachs that way, they would scarce have touched any of them. I could never fully get it out of our men what they did, they were so true to one another in their wickedness, but I understood in the main that it was some barbarous thing they had done, and that they had like to have paid dear for it, for the men resented it to the last degree, and gathered in such numbers about them that had not 16 more of our men in another boat come all in the nick of time just to rescue our first men, who were but 11, and so fetch them off by main force, they had been all cut off, the inhabitants being no less than 200 or 300, armed with darts and lances, the usual weapons of the country, and which they are very dexterous at the throwing, even so dexterous that it was scarce credible. And had our men stood to fight them, as some of them were bold enough to talk of, they had been all overwhelmed and killed. As it was, 17 of our men were wounded, and some of them very dangerously, but they were more frighted than hurt too, for every one of them gave themselves over for dead men, believing the lances were poisoned. But William was our comfort here too, for when 2 of our surgeons were of the same opinion, and told the men foolishly enough that they would die, William cheerfully went to work with them, and cured them all but one, who rather died by drinking some arrack punch than of his wound, the excess of drinking throwing him into a fever. We had enough of Ceylon, though some of our people were for going ashore again, 60 or 70 men together, to be revenged, but William persuaded them against it, and his reputation was so great among the men, as well as with us that were commanders, that he could influence them more than any of us. They were mighty warm upon their revenge, and they would go on shore and destroy 500 of them. "Well," says William, "and suppose you do, what are you the better?" "Why, then," says one of them, speaking for the rest, "we shall have our satisfaction." "Well, and what will you be the better for that?" says William. They could then say nothing to that. "Then," says William, "if I mistake not, your business is money. Now, I desire to know, if you conquer and kill 2,000 or 3,000 of these poor creatures, they have no money. Pray, what will you get? They are poor naked wretches, what shall you gain by them?" "But then," says William, "perhaps in doing this you may chance to lose 50 of your own company, as it is very probable you may. Pray, what gain is in it, and what account can you give the captain for his lost men?" In short, William argued so effectually that he convinced them that it was mere murder to do so, and that the men had a right to their own, and that they had no right to take them away; that it was destroying innocent men, who had acted no otherwise than as the laws of nature dictated, and that it would be as much murder to do so as to meet a man on the highway and kill him for the mere sake of it in cold blood, not regarding whether he had done any wrong to us or no. These reasons prevailed with them at last, and they were content to go away and leave them as they found them. In the first skirmish they killed between 60 and 70 men, and wounded a great many more, but they had nothing, and our people got nothing by it, but the loss of one man's life, and the wounding 16 more, as above. But another accident brought us to a necessity of further business with these people, and indeed we had like to have put an end to our lives and adventures all at once among them, for about 3 days after putting out to sea from the place where we had that skirmish, we were attacked by a violent storm of wind from the south, or rather a hurricane of wind from all the points southward, for it blew in a most desperate and furious manner from the southeast to the southwest, 1 minute at one point, and then instantly turning about again to another point, but with the same violence. Nor were we able to work the ship in that condition, so that the ship I was in split 3 topsails, and at last brought the main topmast by the board. And, in a word, we were once or twice driven right ashore, and one time, had not the wind shifted the very moment it did, we had been dashed in 1,000 pieces upon a great ledge of rocks which lay off about half a league from the shore. But, as I have said, the wind shifting very often, and at that time coming to southeast, we stretched off, and got above a league more sea room in half an hour. After that it blew with some fury southwest by south, then southwest by west, and put us back again a great way to the eastward of the ledge of rocks, where we found a great opening before the rocks and the land, and endeavoured to come to an anchor there. But we found there was no ground fit to anchor in, and that we should lose our anchors, there being nothing but rocks. We stood through the opening, which held about 4 leagues. The storm continued, and now we found a dreadful foul shore, and knew not what course to take. We looked out very narrowly for some river or creek or bay, where we might run in and come to an anchor, but found none a great while. At length we saw a great headland lie out far south into the sea, and that to such a length, that, in short, we saw plainly that, if the wind held where it was, we could not weather it, so we ran in as much under the lee of the point as we could, and came to an anchor in about 12 fathom water. But the wind veering again in the night, and blowing exceedingly hard, our anchors came home, and the ship drove till the rudder struck against the ground, and had the ship gone half her length farther, she had been lost, and every one of us with her. But our sheet anchor held its own, and we heaved in some of the cable, to get clear of the ground we had struck upon. It was by this only cable that we rode it out all night, and towards morning we thought the wind abated a little, and it was well for us that it was so, for, in spite of what our sheet anchor did for us, we found the ship fast aground in the morning, to our very great surprise and amazement. When the tide was out, though the water here ebbed away, the ship lay almost dry upon a bank of hard sand, which never, I suppose, had any ship upon it before. The people of the country came down in great numbers to look at us and gaze, not knowing what we were, but gaping at us as at a great sight or wonder, at which they were surprised, and knew not what to do. End of Section 23. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California, for LibriVox. Section 24 of Captain Singleton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Life, Adventures, and Piracies of the Famous Captain Singleton, by Daniel Defoe. Section 24. I have reason to believe that upon the sight they immediately sent an account of a ship being there, and of the condition we were in, for the next day there appeared a great man. Whether it was their king or no, I know not. But he had abundance of men with him, and some with long javelins in their hands, as long as half-pikes, and these came all down to the water's edge, and drew up in a very good order, just in our view. They stood near an hour without making any motion, and then there came near 20 of them, with a man before them carrying a white flag. They came forward in the water as high as their waists, the sea not going so high as before, for the wind was abated, and blew off the shore. The man made a long oration to us, as we could see by his gestures, and we sometimes heard his voice, but knew not one word he said. William, who was always useful to us, I believe was here again, the saving of all our lives. The case was this: the fellow, or what I might call him, when his speech was done, gave 3 great screams, for I know not what else to say they were, then lowered his white flag 3 times, and then made 3 motions to us with his arm to come to him. I acknowledge that I was for manning out the boat and going to them, but William would by no means allow me. He told me we ought to trust nobody, that if they were barbarians, and under their own government, we might sure to be all murdered, and if they were Christians, we should not fare much better, if they knew who we were, that it was the custom of the Malabars to betray all people that they could get into their hands, and that these were some of the same people, and that if we had any regard to our own safety, we should not go to them by any means. I opposed him a great while, and told him I thought he used to be always right, but that now I thought he was not, that I was no more for running needless risks than he or any one else, but I thought all the nations in the world, even the most savage people, when they held out a flag of peace, kept the offer of peace made by that signal very sacredly, and I gave him several examples of it in the history of my African travels, which I have here gone through in the beginning of this work, and that I could not think these people worse than some of them. And besides, I told him, our case seemed to be such that we must fall into somebody's hands or other, and that we had better fall into their hands by a friendly treaty than by a forced submission, nay, though they had indeed a treacherous design, and therefore I was for a parley with them. "Well, friend," says William very gravely, "if thou wilt go, I cannot help it. I shall only desire to take my one last leave of thee at parting, for, depend upon it, thou wilt never see us again. Whether we in the ship may come off any better at last, I cannot resolve thee, but this I will answer for, that we will not give up our lives idly, and in cool blood, as thou art going to do. We will at least preserve ourselves as long as we can, and die at last like men, not like fools trepanned by the wiles of a few barbarians." William spoke this with so much warmth, and yet with so much assurance of our fate, that I began to think a little of the risk I was going to run. I had no more mind to be murdered than he, and yet I could not for my life be so faint-hearted in the thing as he. Upon which I asked him if he had any knowledge of the place, or had ever been there. He said no. Then I asked him if he had heard or read anything about the people of this island, and of their way of treating any Christians that had fallen into their hands, and he told me he had heard of one, and he would tell me the story afterward. His name, he said, was Knox, commander of an East India ship, who was driven on shore, just as we were, upon his island of Ceylon, though he could not say it was at the same place, or whereabouts, that he was beguiled by the barbarians, and enticed to come on shore, just as we were invited to do at that time, and that, when they had him, they surrounded him and 18 or 20 of his men, and never suffered them to return, but kept them prisoners, or murdered them, he could not tell which, but they were carried away up into the country, separated from one another, and never heard of afterwards, except the captain's son, who miraculously made his escape after 20 years' slavery. I had no time then to ask him to give the full story of this Knox, much less to hear him tell it me, but as it is usual in such cases, when one begins to be a little touched, I turned short with him. "Why then, friend William," said I, "what would you have us do? You see what condition we are in, and what is before us, and something must be done, and that immediately." "Why," says William, "I'll tell thee what thou shalt do. First, cause a white flag to be hanged out, as they do to us, and man out the longboat and pinnace with as many men as they can well stow, to handle their arms, and let me go with them, and thou shalt see what we will do. If I miscarry, thou mayst be safe, and I will also tell thee that if I do miscarry, it shall be my own fault, and thou shalt learn wit by my folly." I knew not what to reply to him at first, but after some pause I said, "William, I am as both you should be lost as you are that I should, and if there be any danger, I desire you may no more fall into it than I. Therefore, if you will, let us all keep in the ship and fare alike, and take our fate together." "No, no," says William, "there's no danger in the method I propose. Thou shalt go with me if thou thinkest fit, if thou pleasest, but to follow the measures that I shall resolve on, depend upon it, though we will go off from the ships, we will not a man of us go any nearer them than within call to talk with them. Thou seest they have no boats to come off to us, but," says he, "I rather desire thou wouldst take my advice and manage the ships, as I shall give the signal from the boat, and let us concert that matter together before we go off." Well, I found William had his measures in his head all laid beforehand, and was not at a loss what to do at all. So I told him he should be captain for this voyage, and we would be all of us under his orders, which I would see observed to a tittle. Upon this conclusion of our debates, he ordered 24 men into the longboat, and 12 men into the pinnace, and the sea being now pretty smooth, they went off, being all very well armed. Also he ordered that all the guns of the great ship, on the side which lay next the shore, should be loaded with musket balls, old nails, stubs, and such like pieces of old iron, lead, and anything that came to hand, and that we should prepare to fire as soon as ever we saw them lower the white flag and hoist up a red one in the pinnace. With these measures fixed between us, they went off towards the shore, William in the pinnace with 12 men, and the longboat coming after him with 24 more, all stout resolute fellows, and very well armed. They rowed so near the shore as that they might speak to one another, carrying a white flag as the other did, and offering a parley. The brutes, for such they were, showed themselves very courteous, but finding we could not understand them, they fetched an old Dutchman, who had been their prisoner many years, and set him to speak with us. The sum and substance of his speech was, that the king of the country had sent his general down to know who we were, and what our business was. William stood up in the stern of the pinnace, and told him that as to that, he, that was an European, by his language and voice, might easily know what we were, and our condition. The ship being aground upon the sand would also tell him that our business was that of a ship in distress, so William desired to know what they came down for with such a multitude, and with arms and weapons, as if they came to war with us. He answered, they might have very good reason to come down to the shore, the country being alarmed with the appearance of ships of strangers upon the coast, and as our vessels were full of men, and as we had guns and weapons, the king had sent part of his military men, that in case of any invasion upon the country, they might be ready to defend themselves, whatsoever might be the occasion. But, says he, as you are men in distress, the king has ordered his general, who is here also, to give you all the assistance he can, and to invite you on shore, and receive you with all possible courtesy. Says William, very quick upon him, before I give thee an answer to that, I desire thee to tell me what thou art, for by thy speech thou art an European. He answered presently, he was a Dutchman. That I know well, says William, by thy speech, but art thou a native Dutchman of Holland, or a native of this country that has learned Dutch by conversing among the Hollanders, who we know are settled upon this island? No, says the old man, I am a native of Delft, in the province of Holland, in Europe. Well, says William, immediately. But art thou a Christian, or a heathen, or what we call a renegado? I am, says he, a Christian, and they went on in a short dialogue as follows. William, thou art a Dutchman and a Christian, thou sayest. Pray, art thou a free man or a servant? Dutchman, I am a servant to the king here, and in his army. W. But art thou a volunteer or a prisoner? D. Indeed, I was a prisoner at first, but am at liberty now, and so am a volunteer. W. That is to say, being first a prisoner, thou hast liberty to serve them, but art thou so at liberty that thou mayst go away, if thou pleasest, to thine own countrymen? D. No, I do not say so. My countrymen live a great way off, on the north and east parts of the island, and there is no going to them without the king's express license. W. Well, and why dost thou not get a license to go away? D. I have never asked for it. W. And I suppose if thou didst, thou knowest thou couldst not obtain it. D. I cannot say much as to that, but why do you ask me all these questions? W. Why, my reason is good. If thou art a Christian and a prisoner, how canst thou consent to be made an instrument to these barbarians, to betray us into their hands, who are thy countrymen and fellow Christians? Is it not a barbarous thing in thee to do so? D. How do I go about to betray you? Do I not give you an account how the king invites you to come on shore, and has ordered you to be treated courteously and assisted? W. As thou art a Christian, though I doubt it much, dost thou believe the king, or the general, as thou callest it, means one word of what he says? D. He promises you by the mouth of his great general. W. I don't ask thee what he promises, or by whom, but I ask thee this: canst thou say that thou believest he intends to perform it? D. How can I answer that? How can I tell what he intends? W. Thou canst tell me what thou believest. D. I cannot say, but he will perform it. I believe he may. W. Thou art but a double-tongued Christian, I doubt. Come, I'll ask thee another question. Wilt thou say that thou believest it, and that thou wouldst advise me to believe it, and put our lives into their hands upon these promises? D. I am not to be your adviser. W. Thou art perhaps afraid to speak thy mind, because thou art in their power. Pray, do any of them understand what thou and I say? Can they speak Dutch? D. No, not one of them. I have no apprehensions upon that account at all. W. Why, then answer me plainly, if thou art a Christian. Is it safe for us to venture upon their words, to put ourselves into their hands, and come on shore? D. You put it very home to me. Pray let me ask you another question. Are you in any likelihood of getting your ship off, if you refuse it? W. Yes, we shall get off the ship. Now the storm is over, we don't fear it. D. Then I cannot say it is best for you to trust them. W. Well, it is honestly said. D. But what shall I say to them? W. Give them good words, as they give us. D. What good words? W. Why, let them tell the king that we are strangers, who were driven on his coast by a great storm, that we thank him very kindly for his offer of civility to us, which, if we are further distressed, we will accept thankfully, but that at present we have no occasion to come on shore, and besides that we cannot safely leave the ship in the present condition she is in, but that we are obliged to take care of her in order to get her off, and expect in a tide or two more to get her quite clear and at an anchor. D. But he will expect you to come on shore then, to visit him and make him some present for his civility. W. When we have got our ship clear and stopped the leaks, we will pay our respects to him. D. Nay, you may as well come to him now as then. W. Nay, hold, friend. I did not say we would come to him then. You talked of making him a present, that is, to pay our respects to him, is it not? D. Well, but I will tell him that you will come on shore to him when your ship is got off. W. I have nothing to say to that, and you may tell him what you think fit. D. But he will be in a great rage if I do not. W. Who will he be in a great rage at? D. At you. W. What occasion have we to value that? D. Why, he will send all his army down against you. W. And what if they were all here just now? What dost thou suppose they could do to us? D. He would expect they should burn your ships and bring you all to him. W. Tell him, if he should try, he may catch a Tartar. D. He has a world of men. W. Has he any ships? D. No, he has no ships. W. Nor boats? D. No, nor boats. W. Why, what then do you think we care for his men? What canst thou do now to us, if thou hadst 100,000 with thee? D. Oh, they might set you on fire. W. Set us a firing, thou meanest. That they might indeed, but set us on fire they shall not. They may try at their peril, and we shall make mad work with your 100,000 men, if they come within reach of our guns, I assure thee. D. But what if the king gives you hostages for your safety? W. Whom can he give but mere slaves and servants like thyself, whose lives he no more values than we an English hound? D. Whom do you demand for hostages? W. Himself and your worship. D. What would you do with him? W. Do with him as he would do with us. Cut his head off. D. And what would you do with me? W. Do with thee? we would carry thee home into thine own country, and though thou deservest the gallows, we would make a man and a Christian of thee again, and not do by thee as thou wouldst have done by us, betray thee to a parcel of merciless, savage pagans, that know no God, nor how to show mercy to man. D. You put a thought in my head that I will speak to you about tomorrow. Thus they went away, and William came on board and gave us a full account of his parley with the old Dutchman, which was very diverting, and to me instructing, for I had abundance of reason to acknowledge William had made a better judgment of things than I. It was our good fortune to get our ship off that very night, and to bring her to an anchor about a mile and a half further out, and in deep water, to our great satisfaction, so that we had no need to fear the Dutchman's king, with his 100,000 men, and indeed we had some sport with them the next day when they came down, a vast prodigious multitude of them, very few less in number, in our imagination, than 100,000, with some elephants, though if it had been an army of elephants, they could have done us no harm, for we were fairly at our anchor now, and out of their reach. And indeed, we thought ourselves more out of their reach than we really were, and it was 10,000 to 1 that we had not been fast aground again, for the wind, blowing off shore, though it made the water smooth where we lay, yet it blew the ebb farther out than usual, and we could easily perceive the sand, which we touched upon before, lay in the shape of a half moon, and surrounded us with 2 horns of it, so that we lay in the middle or centre of it, as in a round bay, safe just as we were, and in deep water, but present death, as it were, on the right hand and on the left, for the 2 horns or points of the sand reached out beyond where our ship lay, near 2 miles. On that part of the sand which lay on our east side, this misguided multitude extended themselves, and being, most of them, not above their knees, or most of them not above ankle deep in the water, they, as it were, surrounded us on that side, and on the side of the mainland, and a little way on the other side of the sand, standing in a half circle, or rather 3/5 of a circle, for about 6 miles in length. The other horn or point of the sand which lay on our west side, being not quite so shallow, they could not extend themselves upon it so far. They little thought what service they had done us, and how unwittingly, and by the greatest ignorance, they had made themselves pilots to us, while we, having not sounded the place, might have been lost before we were aware. It is true we might have sounded our new harbour before we had ventured out, but I cannot say for certain whether we should or not, for I, for my part, had not the least suspicion of what our real case was. However, I say, perhaps, before we had weighed, we should have looked about us a little. I am sure we ought to have done it, for besides these armies of human furies, we had a very leaky ship, and all our pumps could hardly keep the water from growing upon us, and our carpenters were overboard, working to find out and stop the wounds we had received, healing her first on the one side and then on the other, and it was very diverting to see how, when our men heeled the ship over to the side next the wild army that stood on the east horn of the sand, they were so amazed, between fright and joy, that it put them into a kind of confusion, calling to one another, hallooing and squeaking, in a manner that it is impossible to describe. While we were doing this, for we were in a great hurry, you may be sure, and all hands at work, as well at the stopping our leaks as repairing our rigging and sails, which had received a great deal of damage, and also in rigging a new main topmast, and the like. I say, while we were doing all this, we perceived a body of men, of near 1,000, move from that part of the army of the barbarians that lay at the bottom of the sandy bay, and came all along the water's edge, round the sand, till they stood just on our broadside east, and were within half a mile of us. Then we saw the Dutchman come forward nearer to us, and all alone, with his white flag and all his motions, just as before. And there he stood. End of section 24. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California, for LibriVox. Section 25 of Captain Singleton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Life, Adventures, and Piracies of the Famous Captain Singleton by Daniel Defoe. Section 25. Our men had but just brought the ship to rights again as they came up to our broadside, and we had very happily found out and stopped the worst and most dangerous leak that we had, to our very great satisfaction. So I ordered the boats to be hauled up and manned as they were the day before, and William to go as plenipotentiary. I would have gone myself if I had understood Dutch, but as I did not, it was to no purpose, for I should be able to know nothing of what was said but from him at second hand, which might be done as well afterwards. All the instructions I pretended to give William was, if possible, to get the old Dutchman away, and, if he could, to make him come on board. Well, William went just as before, and when he came within about 60 or 70 yards of the shore, he held up his white flag as the Dutchman did, and turning the boats broadside to the shore, and his men lying upon their oars, the parley, or dialogue, began again thus: William: Well, friend, what dost thou say to us now? Dutchman: I come of the same mild errand as I did yesterday. W. What, dost thou pretend to come of a mild errand, with all these people at thy back, and all the foolish weapons of war they bring with them? Prithee, what dost thou mean? D. The king hastens us to invite the captain and all his men to come on shore, and has ordered all his men to show them all the civility they can. W. Well, and are all those men come to invite us ashore? D. They will do you no hurt if you will come on shore peaceably. W. Well, and what dost thou think they can do to us if we will not? D. I would not have them do any hurt then neither. W. But prithee, friend, do not make thyself fool and knave too. Dost not thou know that we are out of fear of all thy army, and out of danger of all that they can do? What makes thee act so simply, as well as so knavishly? D. Why, you may think yourselves safer than you are. You do not know what they may do to you. I can assure you they are able to do you a great deal of harm, and perhaps burn your ship. W. Suppose that were true, as I am sure it is false. You see we have more ships to carry us off, pointing to the sloop. Nota bene. Just at this time we discovered the sloop standing towards us from the east, along the shore, at about the distance of 2 leagues, which was to our particular satisfaction, she having been missing 13 days. D. We do not value that. If you had 10 ships, you dare not come on shore, with all the men you have, in a hostile way. We are too many for you. W. Thou dost not, even in that, speak as thou meanest, and we may give thee a trial of our hands, when our friends come up to us, for thou hearest they have discovered us. Just then the sloop fired 5 guns, which was to get news of us, for they did not see us. D. Yes, I hear they fire. But I hope your ship will not fire again, for if they do, our general will take it for breaking the truce, and will make the army let fly a shower of arrows at you in the boat. W. Thou mayst be sure the ship will fire, that the other ship may hear them, but not with ball. If thy general knows no better, he may begin when he will, but thou mayest be sure we will return it to his cost. D. What must I do then? W. Do? Why, go to him, and tell him of it beforehand, then, and let him know that the ship firing is not at him, nor his men, and then come again, and tell us what he says. D. No, I will send to him, which will do as well. W. Do as thou wilt, but I believe thou hadst better go thyself, for if our men fire first, I suppose he will be in a great wrath, and it may be at thee, for as to his wrath at us, we tell thee beforehand we value it not. D. You slight them too much. You know not what they may do. W. Thou makest as if these poor savage wretches could do mighty things. Prithee, let us see what you can all do. We value it not. Thou mayst set down thy flag of truce when thou pleasest, and begin. D. I had rather make a truce, and have you all part friends. W. Thou art a deceitful rogue thyself, for it is plain thou knowest these people would only persuade us on shore to entrap and surprise us, and yet thou that art a Christian, as thou callest thyself, would have us come on shore and put our lives into their hands, who know nothing that belongs to compassion, good usage, or good manners. How canst thou be such a villain? D. How do you call me so? What have I done to you, and what would you have me do? W. Not act like a traitor, but like one that was once a Christian, and would have been so still if you had not been a Dutchman. D. I know not what to do, not I. I wish I were from them. They are a bloody people. W. Prithee, make no difficulty of what thou shouldst do. Canst thou swim? D. Yes, I can swim, but if I should attempt to swim off to you, I should have 1,000 arrows and javelins sticking in me before I should get to your boat. W. I'll bring the boat close to thee, and take thee on board in spite of them all. We will give them but one volley, and I'll engage they will all run away from thee. D. You are mistaken in them, I assure you. They would immediately come all running down to the shore, and shoot fire arrows at you, and set your boat and ship and all on fire about your ears. W. We will venture that, if thou wilt come off. D. Will you use me honorably when I am among you? W. I'll give thee my word for it, if thou provest honest. D. Will you not make me a prisoner? W. I will be thy surety, body for body, that thou shalt be a free man, and go whither thou wilt, though I own to thee thou dost not deserve it. Just at this time our ship fired 3 guns to answer the sloop, and let her know we saw her, who immediately we perceived it, understood it, and stood directly for the place. But it is impossible to express the confusion and filthy, vile noise, the hurry and universal disorder that was among that vast multitude of people upon our firing off 3 guns. They immediately all repaired to their arms, as I may call it, for to say they put themselves into order would be saying nothing. Upon the word of command, then, they advanced all in a body to the seaside, and resolving to give us 1 volley of their firearms, for such they were, immediately they saluted us with 100,000 of their fire arrows, every one carrying a little bag of cloth dipped in brimstone, or some such thing, which, flying through the air, had nothing to hinder it taking fire as it flew, and it generally did so. I cannot say but this method of attacking us, by a way we had no notion of, might give us, at first, some little surprise, for the number was so great at first that we were not altogether without apprehensions that they might, unluckily, set our ship on fire, so that William resolved immediately to row on board, and persuade us all to weigh and stand out to sea. But there was no time for it, for they immediately let fly a volley at the boat and at the ship from all parts of the vast crowd of people which stood near the shore. Nor did they fire, as I may call it, all at once, and so leave off, but their arrows being soon notched upon their bows, they kept continually shooting, so that the air was full of flame. I could not say whether they set their cotton rag on fire before they shot the arrow, for I did not perceive they had fire with them, which, however, it seems they had. The arrow, besides the fire it carried with it, had a head, or a peg, as we call it, of bone, and some of sharp flint stone, and some few of a metal, too soft in itself for metal, but hard enough to cause it to enter, if it were a plank, so as to stick where it fell. William and his men had notice sufficient to lie close behind their waste-boards, which, for this very purpose, they had made so high that they could easily sink themselves behind them, so as to defend themselves from anything that came point blank, as we call it, or upon a line. But for what might fall perpendicularly out of the air they had no guard, but took the hazard of that. At first they made as if they would row away, but before they went they gave a volley of their firearms, firing at those which stood with the Dutchman. But William ordered them to be sure to take their aim at others, so as to miss him, and they did so. There was no calling to them now, for the noise was so great among them that they could hear nobody, but our men boldly rowed in nearer to them, for they were at first driven a little off, and when they came nearer they fired a second volley, which put the fellows into great confusion, and we could see from the ship that several of them were killed or wounded. We thought this was a very unequal fight, and therefore we made a signal to our men to row away, that we might have a little of the sport as well as they. But the arrows flew so thick upon them, being so near the shore, that they could not sit to their oars, so they spread a little of their sail, thinking they might sail along the shore, and lie behind their waste-board. But the sail had not been spread 6 minutes, till it had 500 fire arrows shot into it and through it, and at length set it fairly on fire, nor were our men quite out of the danger of its setting the boat on fire, and this made them paddle and shove the boat away as well as they could, as they lay, to get farther off. By this time they had left us a fair mark at the whole savage army, and as we had steered the ship as near to them as we could, we fired among the thickest of them 6 or 7 times, 5 guns at a time, with shot, old iron, musket, bullets, etc. We could easily see that we made havoc among them, and killed and wounded abundance of them, and that they were in a great surprise at it, but yet they never offered to stir, and all this while their fire arrows flew as thick as before. At last, on a sudden, their arrows stopped, and the old Dutchman came running down to the waterside all alone, with his white flag as before, waving it as high as he could, and making signals to our boat to come to him again. William did not care at first to go near him, but the man continuing to make signals to him to come, at last William went, and the Dutchman told him that he had been with the general, who was much mollified by the slaughter of his men, and that now he could have anything of him. "Anything?" says William. "What have we to do with him? Let him go about his business, and carry his men out of gunshot, can't he?" "Why," says the Dutchman, "but he dares not stir nor see the king's face, unless some of your men come on shore. He will certainly put him to death." "Why then," says William, "he is a dead man, for if it were to save his life and the lives of all the crowd that is with him, he shall never have one of us in his power." "But I'll tell thee," said William, "how thou shalt cheat him, and gain thy own liberty too. If thou hast any mind to see thy own country again, and art not turned savage, and grown fond of living all thy days among heathens and savages." "I would be glad to do it with all my heart," says he, "but if I should offer to swim off to you now, though they are so far from me, they shoot so true, that they would kill me before I got half-way." "But," says William, "I'll tell thee how thou shalt come with his consent. Go to him, and tell him I have offered to carry you on board, to try if you could persuade the captain to come on shore, and that I would not hinder him if he was willing to venture." The Dutchman seemed in a rapture at the very first word. "I'll do it," says he. "I am persuaded he will give me leave to come." Away he runs as if he had a glad message to carry, and tells the general that William had promised, if he would go on board the ship with him, he would persuade the captain to return with him. The general was fool enough to give him orders to go, and charged him not to come back without the captain, which he readily promised, and very honestly might. So they took him in, and brought him on board, and he was as good as his word to them, for he never went back to them any more. And the sloop being come to the mouth of the inlet where we lay, we weighed and set sail. But as we went out, being pretty near the shore, we fired 3 guns, as it were, among them, but without any shot, for it was of no use to us to hurt any more of them. After we had fired, we gave them a cheer, as the seamen call it, that is to say, we hallooed at them, by way of triumph, and so carried off their ambassador. How it fared with their general, we know nothing of that. End of Section 25, read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California, for LibriVox. Section 26 of Captain Singleton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dennis Sayers. The Life, Adventures, and Piracies of Captain Singleton by Daniel Defoe. Section 26. This passage, when I related it to a friend of mine after my return from those rambles, agreed so well with his relation of what happened to one Mr. Knox, an English captain, who some time ago was decoyed on shore by these people, that it could not but be very much to my satisfaction to think what mischief we had all escaped, and I think it cannot but be very profitable to record the other story, which is but short, with my own, to show whoever reads this what it was I avoided, and prevent their falling into the like, if you have to do with the perfidious people of Ceylon. The relation is as follows. The island of Ceylon, being inhabited for the greatest part by barbarians, which will not allow any trade or commerce with any European nation, and inaccessible by any travellers, it will be convenient to relate the occasion how the author of this story happened to go into this island, and what opportunities he had of being fully acquainted with the people, their laws and customs, that so we may the better depend upon the account, and value it as it deserves, for the rarity as well as the truth of it. And both these the author gives us a brief relation of, in this manner. His words are as follows. In the year 1657, the Anne frigate of London, Captain Robert Knox, commander, on the 21st day of January, set sail out of the Downs, in the service of the Honourable East India Company of England, bound for Fort St. George, upon the coast of Coromandel, to trade for 1 year from port to port in India, which having performed, as he was lading his goods to return for England, being in the road of Masulipatam on the 19th of November, 1659, there happened such a mighty storm that in it several ships were cast away, and he was forced to cut his mainmast by the board, which so disabled the ship that he could not proceed in his voyage. Whereupon Cottiar, in the island of Ceylon, being a very commodious bay, fit for her present distress, Thomas Chambers, Esquire, since Sir Thomas Chambers, the agent at Fort St. George, ordered that the ship should take in some cloth, and India merchants belonging to Porto Novo, who might trade there while she lay to set her mast, and repair the other damages sustained by the storm. At her first coming thither, after the Indian merchants were set ashore, the captain and his men were very jealous of the people of that place, by reason the English never had any commerce or dealing with them. But after they had been there 20 days, going ashore and returning again at pleasure, without any molestation, they began to lay aside all suspicious thoughts of the people that dwelt thereabouts, who had kindly entertained them for their money. By this time the king of the country had notice of their arrival, and not being acquainted with their intents, he sent down a Desueva, or general, with an army to them, who immediately sent a messenger to the captain on board, to desire him to come ashore to him, pretending a letter from the king. The captain saluted the message with firing of guns, and ordered his son, Robert Knox, and Mr. John Loveland, merchant of the ship, to go ashore, and wait on him. When they were come before him, he demanded who they were, and how long they would stay. They told him they were Englishmen, and not to stay above 20 or 30 days, and desired permission to trade in his Majesty's port. His answer was, that the king was glad to hear the English were come into his country, and had demanded him to assist them as they should desire, and had sent a letter to be delivered to none but the captain himself. They were then 12 miles from the seaside, and therefore replied, that the captain could not leave his ship to come so far, but if he pleased to go down to the seaside, the captain would wait on him to receive the letter. Whereupon the Desueva desired them to stay that day, and on the morrow he would go with them, which rather than displease him in so small a matter, they consented to. In the evening the Dissauva sent a present to the captain of cattle and fruits, etc., which, being carried all night by the messengers, were delivered to him in the morning, who told him withal that his men were coming down with the Dissauva, and desired his company on shore against his coming, having a letter from the king to deliver into his own hand. The captain, mistrusting nothing, came on shore with his boat, and, sitting under a tamarind tree, waited for the Dissauva. In the meantime the native soldiers privately surrounded him and the 7 men he had with him, and seizing them, carried them to meet the Dissauva, bearing the captain on a hammock on their shoulders. The next day the longboat's crew, not knowing what had happened, came on shore to cut down a tree to make cheeks for the mainmast, and were made prisoners after the same manner, though with more violence, because they were more rough with them, and made resistance. Yet they were not brought to the captain and his company, but quartered in another house in the same town. The Dissauva having thus gotten 2 boats and 18 men, his next care was to gain the ship, and to that end telling the captain that he and his men were only detained because the king intended to send letters and a present to the English nation by him, desired he would send some men on board his ship to order her to stay, and because the ship was in danger of being fired by the Dutch if she stayed long in the bay, to bring her up the river. The captain did not approve of the advice, but did not dare to own his dislike, so he sent his son with the order, but with a solemn conjuration to return again, which he accordingly did, bringing a letter from the company of the ship, that they would not obey the captain nor any other in this matter, but were resolved to stand on their own defence. This letter satisfied the Dissauva, who thereupon gave the captain leave to write for what he would have brought from the ship, pretending that he had not the king's order to release them, though it would suddenly come. The captain, seeing he was held in suspense, and the season of the year spending for the ship to proceed on her voyage to some place, sent order to Mr. John Burford, the chief mate, to take charge of the ship, and set sail to Porto Novo, from whence they came, and there to follow the agent's order. And now began that long and sad captivity they all along feared. The ship being gone, the Dissauva was called up to the king, and they were kept under guards a while, till a special order came from the king to part them, and put one in a town for the convenience of their maintenance, which the king ordered to be at the charge of the country. On September 16, 1660, the captain and his son were placed in a town called Bandar Caswat, in the country of Hatkurli, Herawise Korle, distant from the city of Kandy northward 30 miles, and from the rest of the English a full day's journey. Here they had their provisions brought them twice a day, without money, as much as they could eat, and as good as the country yielded. The situation of the place was very pleasant and commodious, but that year that part of the island was very sickly by agues and fevers, of which many died. The captain and his son, after some time, were visited with the common distemper, and the captain, being also loaded with grief for his deplorable condition, languished more than 3 months, and then died February 9, 1661. Robert Knox, his son, was now left desolate, sick and in captivity, having none to comfort him but God, who is the Father of the fatherless, and hears the groans of such as are in captivity, being alone to enter upon a long scene of misery and calamity. Oppressed with weakness of body and grief of soul for the loss of his father, and the remediless trouble that he was like to endure, and the first instance of it was in the burial of his father, for he sent his black boy to the people of the town to desire their assistance, because they understood not their language, but they sent him only a rope to drag him by the neck into the woods, and told him that they would offer him no other help unless he would pay for it. This barbarous answer increased his trouble for his father's death, that now he was like to lie unburied, and be made a prey to the wild beasts in the woods, for the ground was very hard, and they had not tools to dig with, and so it was impossible for them to bury him, and having a small matter of money left him, viz., a pagoda and a gold ring, he hired a man, and so buried him in as decent a manner as their condition would permit. His dead father being removed out of his sight, but his ague continuing, he was reduced very low, partly by sorrow and partly by his disease. All the comfort he had was to go into the woods and fields with a book, either the Practice of Piety or Mr. Rogers' 7 Treatises, which were the only 2 books he had, and meditate and read, and sometimes pray, in which his anguish made him often invert Elijah's petition, that he might die, because his life was a burden to him. God, though he was pleased to prolong his life, yet he found a way to lighten his grief, by removing his ague, and granting him a desire which above all things was acceptable to him. He had read his 2 books over so often, that he had both almost by heart, and though they were both pious and good writings, yet he longed for the truth from the original fountain, and thought it his greatest unhappiness that he had not a Bible, and did believe that he should never see one again. But, contrary to his expectation, God brought him one after this manner. As he was fishing one day with his black boy, to catch some fish to relieve his hunger, an old man passed by them, and asked his boy whether his master could read, and when the boy had answered yes, he told him that he had gotten a book from the Portuguese when they left Colombo, and if his master pleased, he would sell it him. The boy told his master, who bade him go and see what book it was. The boy, having served the English some time, knew the book, and as soon as he got it into his hand, came running to him, calling out before he came to him, "It is the Bible." The words startled him, and he flung down his angle to meet him, and finding it was true, was mightily rejoiced to see it, but he was afraid he should not have enough to purchase it, though he was resolved to part with all the money he had, which was but 1 pagoda, to buy it. But his black boy persuading him to slight it, and leave it to him to buy it, he at length obtained it for a knit cap. This accident he could not but look upon as a great miracle, that God should bestow upon him such an extraordinary blessing, and bring him a Bible in his own native language in such a remote part of the world, where his name was not known, and where it was never heard of that an Englishman had ever been before. The enjoyment of this mercy was a great comfort to him in captivity, and though he wanted no bodily convenience that the country did afford, for the king, immediately after his father's death, had sent an express order to the people of the towns that they should be kind to him and give him good victuals, and after he had been some time in the country and understood the language, he got him good conveniences, as a house and gardens, and falling to husbandry, God so prospered him that he had plenty not only for himself, but to lend others, which being, according to the custom of the country, at 50 per cent a year, much enriched him. He had also goats, which served him for mutton, and hogs and hens. Notwithstanding this, I say, for he lived as fine as any of their noblemen, he could not so far forget his native country as to be contented to dwell in a strange land, where there was to him a famine of God's word and sacraments, the want of which made all other things to be of little value to him. Therefore, as he made it his daily and fervent prayer to God, in his good time, to restore him to both, so at length he, with one Stephen Rutland, who had lived with him 2 years before, resolved to make their escape, and, about the year 1673, meditated all secret ways to compass it. They had before taken up a way of peddling about the country, and buying tobacco, pepper, garlic, combs, and all sorts of ironware, and carried them into those parts of the country where they wanted them. And now, to promote their design, as they went with their commodities from place to place, they discoursed with the country people, for they could now speak their language well, concerning the ways and inhabitants, where the isle was thinnest and fullest inhabited, where and how the watches lay from one country to another, and what commodities were proper for them to carry into all parts, pretending that they would furnish themselves with such wares as the respective places wanted. None doubted but what they did was upon the account of trade, because Mr. Knox was so well seated, and could not be supposed to leave such an estate by travelling northward, because that part of the island was least inhabited, and so, furnishing themselves with such wares as were vendible in those parts, they set forth, and steered their course towards the north part of the islands, knowing very little of the ways, which were generally intricate and perplexed, because they had no public roads, but a multitude of little paths from one town to another, and those often changing, and for white men to inquire about the ways was very dangerous, because the people would presently suspect their design. At this time they travelled from Conde Uda as far as the country of Nuwara Kalawia, which is the furthermost part of the king's dominions, and about 3 days' journey from their dwelling. They were very thankful to Providence that they had passed all difficulties so far, but yet they durst not go any further, because they had no wares left to traffic with, and it being the first time they had been absent so long from home, they feared the townsmen would come after them to seek for them, and so they returned home, and went 8 or 10 times into those parts with their wares, till they became well acquainted both with the people and the paths. In these parts Mr. Knox met his black boy, whom he had turned away divers years before. He had now got a wife and children, and was very poor, but being acquainted with these quarters, he not only took directions of him, but agreed with him for a good reward to conduct him and his companions to the Dutch. He gladly undertook it, and a time was appointed between them. But Mr. Knox, being disabled by a grievous pain, which seized him on his right side, and held him 5 days that he could not travel, this appointment proved in vain, for though he went as soon as he was well, his guide was gone into another country about his business, and they durst not at that time venture to run away without him. These attempts took up 8 or 9 years, various accidents hindering their designs, but most commonly the dry weather, because they feared in the woods they should be starved with thirst, all the country being in such a condition almost 4 or 5 years together, for lack of rain. On September 22, 1679, they set forth again, furnished with knives and small axes for their defence, because they could carry them privately, and send all sorts of wares to sell as formerly, and all necessary provisions, the moon being 27 days old, that they might have light to run away by, to try what success God Almighty would now give them in seeking their liberty. Their first stage was to Anuradhapura, and in the way to which lay a wilderness called Parayoth Mokolane, full of wild elephants, tigers, and bears, and because it is the utmost confines of the king's dominions, there is always a watch kept. In the middle of the way they heard that the governor's officers of these parts were out to gather up the king's revenues and duties, to send them up to the city, which put them into no small fear, lest, finding them, they should send them back again. Whereupon they withdrew to the western parts of Ekpolpat, and sat down to knitting till they heard the officers were gone. As soon as they were departed, they went onwards of their journey, having got a good parcel of cotton yarn to knit caps with, and having kept their wares, as they pretended, to exchange for dried flesh, which was sold only in those lower parts. Their way lay necessarily through the governor's yard at Kaluvila, who dwells there on purpose to examine all that go and come. This greatly distressed them, because he would easily suspect they were out of their bounds, being captives. However, they went resolutely to his house, and, meeting him, presented him with a small parcel of tobacco and betel, and showing him their wares, told him they came to get dried flesh to carry back with them. The governor did not suspect them, but told them he was sorry they came in so dry a time, when no deer were to be catched, but if some rain fell, he would soon supply them. This answer pleased them, and they seemed contented to stay, and accordingly, abiding with him 2 or 3 days, and no rain falling, they presented the governor with 5 or 6 charges of gunpowder, which is a rarity among them, and, leaving a bundle at his house, they desired him to shoot them some deer, while they made a step to Anuradhapura. Here also they were put into a great fright by the coming of certain soldiers from the king to the governor, to give him orders to set a secure guard at the watches, that no suspicious persons might pass, which, though it was only intended to prevent the flight of the relations of certain nobles whom the king had clapped up, yet they feared they might wonder to see white men here, and so send them back again. But God so ordered it that they were very kind to them, and left them to their business, and so they got safe to Anuradhapura. Their pretence was dried flesh, though they knew there was none to be had, but their real business was to search the way down to the Dutch, which they stayed 3 days to do. But finding that in the way to Jaffnapatam, which is one of the Dutch ports, there was a watch which could hardly be passed, and other inconveniences not surmountable, they resolved to go back and take the river Malwata-Oya, which they had before judged would be a profitable guide to lead them to the sea, and that they might not be pursued, left Anuradhapura just at night, when the people never travel for fear of wild beasts, and on Sunday, October 12, being stored with all things needful for their journey, viz., 10 days' provision, a basin to boil their provision in, 2 calabashes to fetch water in, and 2 great talipot leaves for tents, with jaggery, sweetmeats, tobacco, betel, tinder boxes, and a deerskin for shoes, to keep their feet from thorns, because to them they chiefly trusted. Being come to the river, they struck into the woods, and kept by the side of it, yet not going on the sand, lest their footprints should be discerned, unless forced, and then going backwards. Being gotten a good way into the wood, it began to rain, and wherefore they erected their tents, made a fire, and refreshed themselves against the rising of the moon, which was then 18 days old, and having tied deerskins about their feet, and eased themselves of their wares, they proceeded on their journey. When they had travelled 3 or 4 hours, with difficulty, because the moon gave but little light among the thick trees, they found an elephant in their way before them, and because they could not scare him away, they were forced to stay till morning, and so they kindled a fire, and took a pipe of tobacco. By the light they could not discern that ever anybody had been there, nothing being to be seen but woods, and so they were in great hopes that they were past all danger, being beyond all inhabitants. But they were mistaken, for the river winding northward brought them into the midst of a parcel of towns called Tisea-Wava, where, being in danger of being seen, they were under a mighty terror, for had the people found them, they would have beat them and sent them up to the king, and to avoid it they crept into a hollow tree, and sat there in mud and wet till it began to grow dark, and then, betaking themselves to their legs, travelled till the darkness of night stopped them. They heard voices behind them, and feared it was somebody in pursuit of them, but at length, discerning it was only an hallooing to keep the wild beasts out of the corn, they pitched their tents by the river, and having boiled rice and roasted meat for their suppers, and satisfied their hunger, they committed themselves to God's keeping, and laid them down to sleep. The next morning, to prevent the worst, they got up early and hastened on their journey, and though they were now out of all danger of the tame chiangules, they were in great danger of the wild ones, of whom those woods were full, and though they saw their tents, yet they were all gone, since the rains had fallen from the river into the woods, and so God kept them from that danger, for had they met the wild men, they had been shot. Thus they travelled from morning till night several days, through bushes and thorns, which made their arms and shoulders, which were naked, all of a gore blood. They often met with bears, hogs, deers, and wild buffaloes, but they all ran away as soon as they saw them. The river was exceedingly full of alligators, and in the evening they used to pitch their tents, and make great fires both before and behind them, to affright the wild beasts, and though they heard the voices of all sorts, they saw none. On Thursday at noon they crossed the river Karonda, Canadera-Oya, which parts the country of the Malabars from the king's, and on Friday, about 9 or 10 in the morning, came among the inhabitants, of whom they were as much afraid as of the Chiangules before. For though the Waniunai, or prince of this people, payeth tribute to the Dutch out of fear, yet he is better affected to the King of Kandy, and if he had took them, would have sent them up to their old master, but not knowing any way to escape, they kept on their journey by the river's side by day, because the woods were not to be travelled by night for thorns and wild beasts, who came down then to the river to drink. In all the Malabar country they met with only 2 Brahmins, who treated them very civilly, and for their money one of them conducted them till they came into the territories of the Dutch, and out of all danger of the King of Kandy, which did not a little rejoice them, but yet they were in no small trouble how to find the way out of the woods, till a Malabar, for the lucre of a knife, conducted them to a Dutch town, where they found guides to conduct them from town to town, till they came to the fort called Aripo, where they arrived Saturday, October 18, 1679, and there thankfully adored God's wonderful providence in thus completing their deliverance from a long captivity of 19 years and 6 months. End of section 26, read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California, for LibriVox. Section 27 of Captain Singleton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Life, Adventures, and Piracies of Captain Singleton by Daniel Defoe. Section 27. I come now back to my own history, which grows nearer conclusion, as to the travels I took in this part of the world. We were now at sea, and we stood away to the north for a while, to try if we could get a market for our spice, for we were very rich in nutmegs, but we ill knew what to do with them. We durst not go upon the English coast, or, to speak more properly, among the English factories to trade, not that we were afraid to fight any 2 ships they had, and besides that, we knew that, as they had no letters of marque or of reprisals from the government, so it was none of their business to act offensively. No, not though we were pirates. Indeed, if we had made any attempt upon them, they might have justified themselves in joining together to resist, and assisting one another to defend themselves, but to go out of their business to attack a pirate ship of almost 50 guns, as we were, it was plain that was none of their business, and consequently it was none of our concern. So we did not trouble ourselves about it. But, on the other hand, it was none of our business to be seen among them, and to have the news of us carried from one factory to another, so that whatever design we might be upon at another time, we should be sure to be prevented and discovered. Much less had we any occasion to be seen among any of the Dutch factories along the coast of Malabar, for, being fully laden with the spices which we had, in the sense of their trade, plundered them of, it would have told them what we were, and all that we had been doing, and they would no doubt have concerned themselves all manner of ways to have fallen upon us. The only way we had for it was to stand away for Goa, and trade, if we could, for our spices with the Portuguese factory there. Accordingly, we sailed almost thither, for we had made land 2 days before, and being in the latitude of Goa, were standing in fair for Margaillon, on the head of Salsette, at the going up to Goa, when I called to the men at the helm to bring the ship to, and bid the pilot go away north-northwest till we came out of sight of the shore, when William and I called a council, as we used to do upon emergencies, what course we should take to trade there, and not be discovered; and we concluded at length that we would not go thither at all, but that William, with such trusty fellows only as could be depended upon, should go in the sloop to Surat, which was still farther northward, and trade there as merchants with such of the English factory as they could find to be for their turn. To carry this with the more caution, and so as not to be suspected, we agreed to take out all her guns, and to put such men into her, and no other, as would promise us not to desire or offer to go on shore, or to enter into any talk or conversation with any that might come on board. And, to finish the disguise to our mind, William documented 2 of our men, one a surgeon, as he himself was, and the other a ready-witted fellow, an old sailor, that had been a pilot upon the coast of New England, and was an excellent mimic. These 2 William dressed up like 2 Quakers, and made them talk like such. The old pilot he made go captain of the sloop, and the surgeon for doctor, as he was, and himself supercargo. In this figure, and the sloop all plain, no curled work upon her, indeed she had not much before, and no guns to be seen, away he went for Surat. I should indeed have observed that we went, some days before we parted, to a small sandy island close under the shore, where there was a good cove of deep water, like a road, and out of sight of any of the factories, which are here very thick upon the coast. Here we shifted the loading of the sloop, and put into her such other things only as we had a mind to dispose of there, which was indeed little but nutmegs and cloves, but chiefly the former. And from thence William and his 2 Quakers, with about 18 men in the sloop, went away to Surat, and came to an anchor at a distance from the factory. William used such caution that he found means to go on shore himself, and the doctor, as he called him, in a boat which came on board them to sell fish, rode with only Indians of the country, which boat he afterwards hired to carry him on board again. It was not long that they were on shore, but that they found means to get acquaintance with some Englishmen, who, though they lived there, and perhaps were the company's servants at first, yet appeared then to be traders for themselves, in whatever coast business especially came in their way, and the doctor was made the first to pick acquaintance, so he recommended his friend, the supercargo, till by degrees the merchants were as fond of the bargain as our men were of the merchants, only that the cargo was a little too much for them. However, this did not prove a difficulty long with them, for the next day they brought 2 more merchants, English also, into their bargain, and as William could perceive by their discourse, they resolved, if they bought them, to carry them to the Gulf of Persia upon their own accounts. William took the hint, and, as he told me afterwards, concluded we might carry them there as well as they. But this was not William's present business. He had here no less than 33 tons of nuts and 18 tons of cloves. There was a good quantity of mace among the nutmegs, but we did not stand to make much allowance. In short, they bargained, and the merchants, who would gladly have bought sloop and all, gave William directions, and 2 men for pilots, to go to a creek about 6 leagues from the factory, where they brought boats, and unloaded the whole cargo, and paid William very honestly for it, the whole parcel amounting, in money, to about 35,000 pieces of eight, besides some goods of value, which William was content to take, and 2 large diamonds, worth about 300 pounds sterling. When they paid the money, William invited them on board the sloop, where they came, and the merry old Quaker diverted them exceedingly with his talk, and thee'd them and thou'd them till he made them so drunk that they could not go on shore for that night. They would fain have known who our people were, and whence they came, but not a man in the sloop would answer them to any question they asked, but in such a manner as to let them think themselves bantered and jested with. However, in discourse, William said they were able men for any cargo we could have brought them, and that they would have bought twice as much spice if we had had it. He ordered the merry captain to tell them that they had another sloop that lay at Margaillon, and that had a great quantity of spice on board also, and that if it was not sold when he went back, for that thither he was bound, he would bring her up. Their new chaps were so eager that they would have bargained with the old captain beforehand. "Nay, friend," said he, "I will not trade with thee unsight and unseen, neither do I know whether the master of the sloop may not have sold his loading already to some merchants of Salsat. But if he has not, when I come to him, I think to bring him up to thee." The doctor had his employment all this while, as well as William and the old captain, for he went on shore several times a day in the Indian boat, and brought fresh provisions for the sloop, which the men had need enough of. He brought in particular 17 large casks of arrack, as big as butts, besides smaller quantities, a quantity of rice, and abundance of fruits, mangoes, pompions, and such things, with fowls and fish. He never came on board but he was deep laden, for, in short, he bought for the ship as well as for themselves, and particularly they half loaded the ship with rice and arrack, with some hogs and 6 or 7 cows alive, and thus being well victualled and having directions for coming again, they returned to us. William was always the lucky welcome messenger to us, but never more welcome to us than now, for where we had thrust in the ship we could get nothing except a few mangoes and roots, being not willing to make any steps into the country, or make ourselves known till we had news of our sloop, and indeed our men's patience was almost tired, for it was 17 days that William spent upon this enterprise, and well bestowed too. When he came back we had another conference upon the subject of trade, namely, whether we should send the best of our spices and other goods we had in the ship to Surat, or whether we should go up to the Gulf of Persia ourselves, where it was probable we might sell them as well as the English merchants of Surat. William was for going ourselves, which, by the way, was from the good, frugal, merchant-like temper of the man, who was for the best of everything. But here I overruled William, which I very seldom took upon me to do. But I told him that, considering our circumstances, it was much better for us to sell all our cargoes here, though we made but half price of them, than to go with them to the Gulf of Persia, where we should run a greater risk, and where people would be much more curious and inquisitive into things than they were here, and where it would not be so easy to manage them, seeing they traded freely and openly there, not by stealth, as those men seemed to do. And besides, if they suspected anything, it would be much more difficult for us to retreat, except by mere force, than here, where we were upon the high sea, as it were, and could be gone whenever we pleased, without any disguise, or indeed without the least appearance of being pursued, none knowing where to look for us. My apprehensions prevailed with William, whether my reasons did or no, and he submitted, and we resolved to try another ship's loading to the same merchants. The main business was to consider how to get off that circumstance that had exposed them to the English merchants, namely, that it was our other sloop. But this the old Quaker pilot undertook, for being, as I said, an excellent mimic himself, it was the easier for him to dress up the sloop in new clothes, and first he put on all the carved work he had taken off before. Her stern, which was painted of a dumb white or dun colour before, all flat, was now all lacquered and blue, and I know not how many gay figures in it. As to her quarter, the carpenters made her a neat little gallery on either side. She had 12 guns put into her, and some petereros upon her gunwale, none of which were there before. And to finish her new habit or appearance, and make her change complete, he ordered her sails to be altered. And as she sailed before with a half sprit, like a yacht, she sailed now with square sail and mizzen-mast, like a ketch; so that, in a word, she was a perfect cheat, disguised in everything that a stranger could be supposed to take any notice of that had never had but one view, for they had been but once on board. In this mean figure the sloop returned. She had a new man put into her for captain, one we knew how to trust, and the old pilot appearing only as a passenger, the doctor and William acting as the supercargoes, by a formal procuration from one Captain Singleton, and all things ordered in form. We had a complete loading for the sloop, for, besides a very great quantity of nutmegs and cloves, mace, and some cinnamon, she had on board some goods which we took in as we lay about the Philippine Islands, while we waited as looking for purchase. William made no difficulty of selling this cargo also, and in about 20 days returned again, freighted with all necessary provisions for our voyage, and for a long time; and, as I say, we had a great deal of other goods. He brought us back about 33,000 pieces of eight, and some diamonds, which, though William did not pretend to much skill in, yet he made shift to act so as not to be imposed upon, the merchants he had to deal with, too, being very fair men. They had no difficulty at all with these merchants, for the prospect they had of gain made them not at all inquisitive, nor did they make the least discovery of the sloop; and as to the selling them spices, which were fetched so far from thence, it seems it was not so much a novelty there as we believed, for the Portuguese had frequently vessels which came from Macao in China, who brought spices, which they bought of the Chinese traders, who again frequently dealt among the Dutch Spice Islands, and received spices in exchange for such goods as they carried from China. This might be called, indeed, the only trading voyage we had made, and now we were really very rich, and it came now naturally before us to consider whither we should go next. Our proper delivery port, as we ought to have called it, was at Madagascar, in the bay of Mangahelly. But William took me by myself into the cabin of the sloop one day, and told me he wanted to talk seriously with me a little. So we shut ourselves in, and William began with me. "Wilt thou give me leave," says William, "to talk plainly with thee upon thy present circumstances, and thy future prospect of living, and wilt thou promise, on thy word, to take nothing ill of me?" "With all my heart," said I. "William, I have always found your advice good, and your designs have not only been well laid, but your counsel has been very lucky to us, and therefore say what you will. I promise you I will not take it ill. But that is not all my demand, says William. If thou dost not like what I am going to propose to thee, thou shalt promise me not to make it public among the men. I will not, William, says I, upon my word, and swore to him too, very heartily. Why then, says William, I have but one thing more to article with thee about, and that is that thou wilt consent that, if thou dost not approve of it for thyself, thou wilt yet consent that I shall put so much of it in practice as relates to myself and my new comrade doctor, so that it be nothing to thy detriment and loss. In anything, says I, William, but leaving me, I will, but I cannot part with you, upon any terms whatever. Well, says William, I am not designing to part from thee, unless it is thy own doing, but assure me in all these points, and I will tell my mind freely. So I promised him everything he desired of me in the solemnest manner possible, and so seriously and frankly withal, that made William no scruple to open his mind to me. Why then, in the first place, says William, shall I ask thee if thou dost not think thou and all thy men are rich enough, and have really gotten as much wealth together, by whatsoever way it has been gotten, that is not the question, as we all know what to do with? Why, truly, William, said I, thou art pretty right. I think we have had pretty good luck. Well then, says William, I would ask whether, if thou hast gotten enough, thou hast any thought of leaving off this trade, for most people leave off trading when they are satisfied of getting and are rich enough. For nobody trades for the sake of trading, much less do men rob for the sake of thieving. Well, William, says I, now I perceive what it is thou art driving at. I warrant you, says I, you begin to hanker after home. Why, truly, says William, thou hast said it, and so I hope thou dost too. It is natural for most men that are abroad to desire to come home again at last, especially when they are grown rich, and when they are, as thou ownest thyself to be, rich enough, and so rich as they know not what to do with more, if they had it. Well, William, said I, but now you think you have laid your preliminary at first so home that I should have nothing to say, that is, that when I had got money enough, it would be natural to think of going home. But you have not explained what you mean by home, and there you and I shall differ. Why, man, I am at home. Here is my habitation. I never had any other in my lifetime. I was a kind of charity schoolboy, so that I can have no desire of going anywhere, for being rich or poor, for I have nowhere to go. Why, says William, looking a little confused, art not thou an Englishman? Yes, says I think so. You see, I speak English, but I came out of England a child, and never was in it but once since I was a man, and then I was cheated and imposed upon, and used so ill that I care not if I never see it more. Why, hast thou no relations or friends there? Says he. No acquaintance? None that thou hast any kindness or any remains of respect for? Not I, William, said I, no more than I have in the court of the Gyat Mogul, nor any kindness for the country where thou wast born, says William. Not I, any more than for the island of Madagascar, nor so much neither, for that has been a fortunate island to me more than once, as thou knowest, William, says I. William was quite stunned at my discourse, and held his peace, and I said to him, Go on, William, what hast thou to say farther? For I hear you have some project in your head, says I. Come, let's have it out. Nay, says William, thou hast put me to silence, and all I had to say is overthrown. All my projects are come to nothing, and gone. Well, but, William, said I, let me hear what they were, for though it is so that what I have to aim at does not look your way, and though I have no relation, no friend, no acquaintance in England, yet I do not say I like this roving, cruising life so well as never to give it over. Let me hear if thou canst propose to me anything beyond it. Certainly, friend, says William very gravely, there is something beyond it, and lifting up his hands, he seemed very much affected, and I thought I saw tears stand in his eyes. But I, that was too hardened a wretch to be moved with these things, laughed at him. What, says I, you mean death, I warrant you, don't you? That is beyond this trade. Why, when it comes, it comes. Then we are all provided for. Ay, says William, that is true, but it would be better that some things were thought on before that came. Thought on, says I. What signifies thinking of it? To think of death is to die, and to be always thinking of it is to be all one's life long a-dying. It is time enough to think of it when it comes. You will easily believe I was well qualified for a pirate that could talk thus. But let me leave it upon record, for the remark of other hardened rogues like myself. My conscience gave me a pang that I never felt before when I said, What signifies thinking of it? And told me I should one day think of these words with a sad heart. But the time of my reflection was not yet come. So I went on. Says William very seriously, I must tell thee, friend, I am sorry to hear thee talk so. They that never think of dying often die without thinking of it. I carried on the jesting way a while farther, and said, Prithee, do not talk of dying. How do we know we shall ever die? And began to laugh. I need not answer thee to that, says William. It is not my place to reprove thee, who art commander over me here, but I would rather thou wouldst talk otherwise of death. It is a coarse thing. Say anything to me, William, said I will take it kindly. I began now to be very much moved at his discourse. Says William, tears running down his face, It is because men live as if they were never to die, that so many die before they know how to live. But it was not death that I meant when I said that there was something to be thought of beyond this way of living. Why, William, said I, what was that? It was repentance, says he. Why, says I, did you ever know a pirate repent? At this he startled a little, and returned, At the gallows I have known one before, and I hope thou wilt be the second. He spoke this very affectionately, with an appearance of concern for me. Well, William, says I, thank you. I am not so senseless of these things, perhaps, as I make myself seem to be. But come, let me hear your proposal." "My proposal," says William, "is for thy good as well as my own. We may put an end to this kind of life, and repent, and I think the fairest occasion offers for both at this very time that ever did, or ever will, or indeed can happen again." "Look you, William," says I, "let me have your proposal for putting an end to our present way of living first, for that is the case before us, and you and I will talk of the other afterwards. I am not so insensible," said I, "as you may think me to be, but let us get out of this hellish condition we are in first." "Nay," says William, "thou art in the right there. We must never talk of repenting while we continue pirates." "Well," says I, "William, that's what I meant, for if we must not reform, as well as be sorry for what is done, I have no notion what repentance means. Indeed, at best, I know little of the matter, but the nature of the thing seems to tell me that the first step we have to take is to break off this wretched course, and I'll begin there with you, with all my heart." I could see by his countenance that William was thoroughly pleased with the offer, and if he had tears in his eyes before, he had more now, but it was from quite a different passion, for he was so swallowed up with joy he could not speak. "Come, William," says I, "thou showest me plain enough thou hast an honest meaning. Dost thou think it practicable for us to put an end to our unhappy way of living here, and get off?" "Yes," says he, "I think it very practicable for me. Whether it is for thee or no, that will depend on thyself." "Well," says I give you my word, that as I have commanded you all along, from the time I first took you on board, so you shall command me from this hour, and everything you direct me, I'll do." "Wilt thou leave it all to me? Dost thou say this freely?" "Yes, William," said I, "freely, and I'll perform it faithfully." "Why then," says William, "my scheme is this. We are now at the mouth of the Gulf of Persia. We have sold so much of our cargo here at Surat that we have money enough. Send me away for Bassorah with the sloop, laden with the China goods we have on board, which will make another good cargo, and I'll warrant thee I'll find means among the English and Dutch merchants there to lodge a quantity of goods and money also as a merchant, so as we will be able to have recourse to it again upon any occasion, and when I come home we will contrive the rest, and in the meantime do you bring the ship's crew to take a resolution to go to Madagascar as soon as I return." I told him I thought he need not go so far as Bassorah, but might run to Gumbrun or to Ormuz and pretend the same business. "No," says he, "I cannot act with the same freedom there, because the company's factories are there, and I might be laid hold of there on pretence of interloping." "Well, but," said I, "you may go to Ormuz then, for I am loath to part with you so long as to go to the bottom of the Persian Gulf." He returned that I should leave it to him to do as he should see cause. We had taken a large sum of money at Surat, so that we had near 100,000 pounds in money at our command, but on board the great ship we had still a great deal more. I ordered him publicly to keep the money on board which he had, and to buy up with it a quantity of ammunition, if he could get it, and so to furnish us for new exploits. And in the meantime I resolved to get a quantity of gold and some jewels which I had on board the great ship, and place them so that I might carry them off without notice as soon as he came back. And so, according to William's directions, I left him to go the voyage, and I went on board the great ship, in which we had indeed an immense treasure. We waited no less than 2 months for William's return, and indeed I began to be very uneasy about William, sometimes thinking he had abandoned me, and that he might have used the same artifice to have engaged the other men to comply with him, and so they were gone away together. And it was but 3 days before his return that I was just upon the point of resolving to go away to Madagascar and give him over. But the old surgeon, who mimicked the Quaker and passed for the master of the sloop at Surat, persuaded me against that, for which good advice and apparent faithfulness in what he had been trusted with, I made him a party to my design, and he proved very honest. At length William came back, to our inexpressible joy, and brought a great many things with him, as particularly he brought 60 barrels of powder, some iron shot, and about 30 ton of lead. Also he brought a great deal of provisions, and, in a word, William gave me a public account of his voyage in the hearing of whoever happened to be upon the quarter-deck, that no suspicions might be found about us. After all was done, William moved that he might go up again, and that I would go with him, named several things which he had on board that he could not sell there, and particularly told us he had been obliged to leave several things there, the caravans being not come in, and that he had engaged to come back again with goods. This was what I wanted. The men were eager for his going, and particularly because he told them they might load the sloop back with rice and provisions. But I seemed backward to going, when the old surgeon stood up and persuaded me to go, and with many arguments pressed me to it, as particularly if I did not go, there would be no order, and several of the men might drop away, and perhaps betray all the rest, and that they should not think it safe for the sloop to go again, if I did not go, and to urge me to it, he offered himself to go with me. Upon these considerations I seemed to be over persuaded to go, and all the company seemed to be better satisfied when I had consented, and accordingly we took all the powder, lead, and iron out of the sloop into the great ship, and all the other things that were for the ship's use, and put in some bales of spices, and casks or frails of cloves, in all about 7 ton, and some other goods, among the bales of which I had conveyed all my private treasure, which, I assure you, was of no small value, and away I went. At going off I called a council of all the officers in the ship to consider in what place they should wait for me, and how long, and we appointed the ship to stay 28 days at a little island on the Arabian side of the Gulf, and that if the sloop did not come in that time, they should sail to another island to the west of that place, and wait there 15 days more, and that then, if the sloop did not come, they should conclude some accident must have happened, and the rendezvous should be at Madagascar. Being thus resolved, we left the ship, which both William and I and the surgeon never intended to see any more. We steered directly for the Gulf, and through to Bassorah, or Balsara, This city of Balsara lies at some distance from the place where our sloop lay, and the river not being very safe, and we but ill acquainted with it, having but an ordinary pilot, we went on shore at a village where some merchants live, and which is very populous, for the sake of small vessels riding there. Here we stayed and traded 3 or 4 days, landing all our bales and spices, and indeed the whole cargo that was of any considerable value, which we chose to do rather than go up immediately to Balsara till the project we had laid was put in execution. After we had bought several goods, and were preparing to buy several others, the boat being on shore with 12 men, myself, William, the surgeon, and 1 4th man, whom we had singled out, we contrived to send a Turk just at the dusk of the evening with a letter to the boatswain, and giving the fellow a charge to run with all possible speed, we stood at a small distance to observe the event. The contents of the letter were thus written by the old doctor: Boatswain Thomas, we are all betrayed. For God's sake make off with the boat and get on board, or you are all lost. The captain, William the Quaker, and George the Reformad are seized and carried away. I am escaped and hid, but cannot stir out. If I do, I am a dead man. As soon as you are on board, cut or slip, and make sail for your lives. Adieu. R.S. We stood undiscovered, as above, it being the dusk of the evening, and saw the Turk deliver the letter, and in 3 minutes we saw all the men hurry into the boat and put off, and no sooner were they on board than they took the hint, as we supposed, for the next morning they were out of sight, and we never heard tale or tidings of them since. End of Section 27. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California, for LibriVox. Section 28 of Captain Singleton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Dennis Sayers. The Life, Adventures, and Piracies of Captain Singleton by Daniel Defoe. Section 28. We were now in a good place and in very good circumstances, for we passed for merchants of Persia. It is not material to record here what a mass of ill-gotten wealth we had got together. It will be more to the purpose to tell you that I began to be sensible of the crime of getting of it in such a manner as I had done, that I had very little satisfaction in the possession of it, and, as I told William, I had no expectation of keeping it, nor much desire. But, as I said to him one day walking out into the fields near the town of Bassorah, so I depended upon it that it would be the case, which you will hear presently. We were perfectly secured at Bassorah, by having frighted away the rogues, our comrades, and we had nothing to do but to consider how to convert our treasure into things proper to make us look like merchants, as we were now to be, and not like freebooters, as we really had been. We happened very opportunely here upon a Dutchman, who had travelled from Bengal to Agra, the capital city of the Great Mogul, and from thence was come to the coast of Malabar by land, and got shipping, somehow or other, up the Gulf, and we found his design was to go up the great river to Baghdad, or Babylon, and so, by the caravan, to Aleppo and Scanderoon. As William spoke Dutch, and was of an agreeable, insinuating behaviour, He soon got acquainted with this Dutchman, and discovering our circumstances to one another, we found he had considerable effects with him, and that he had traded long in that country, and was making homeward to his own country, and that he had servants with him, one an Armenian, whom he had taught to speak Dutch, and who had something of his own, but had a mind to travel into Europe, and the other a Dutch sailor, whom he had picked up by his fancy, and reposed a great trust in him, and a very honest fellow he was. This Dutchman was very glad of an acquaintance, because he soon found that we directed our thoughts to Europe also, and as he found we were encumbered with goods only, for we let him know nothing of our money, he readily offered us his assistance to dispose of as many of them as the place we were in would put off, and his advice what to do with the rest. While this was doing, William and I consulted what to do with ourselves and what we had, and first we resolved we would never talk seriously of our measures but in the open fields, where we were sure nobody could hear. So every evening, when the sun began to decline and the air to be moderate, we walked out, sometimes this way, sometimes that, to consult of our affairs. I should have observed that we had new clothed ourselves here after the Persian manner, with long vests of silk, a gown or robe of English crimson cloth, very fine and handsome, and had let our beards grow so after the Persian manner, that we passed for Persian merchants, in view only, though, by the way, we could not understand or speak one word of the language of Persia, or indeed of any other but English and Dutch, and of the latter I understood very little. However, the Dutchman supplied all this for us, and as we had resolved to keep ourselves as retired as we could, though there were several English merchants upon the place, yet we never acquainted ourselves with one of them, or exchanged a word with them, by which means we prevented their inquiry of us now, or their giving any intelligence of us, if any news of our landing here should happen to come, which it was easy for us to know was possible enough if any of our comrades fell into bad hands, or by many accidents which we could not foresee. It was during my being here, for here we stayed near 2 months, that I grew very thoughtful about my circumstances, not as to the danger, neither indeed were we in any, but were entirely concealed and unsuspected, but I really began to have other thoughts of myself and of the world than ever I had before. William had struck so deep into my unthinking temper with hinting to me that there was something beyond all this, that the present time was the time of enjoyment, but that the time of account approached, that the work that remained was gentler than the labour past, viz., repentance, and that it was high time to think of it. I say these and such thoughts as these engrossed my hours, and, in a word, I grew very sad. As to the wealth I had, which was immensely great, it was all like dirt under my feet. I had no value for it, no peace in the possession of it, no great concern about me for the leaving of it. William had perceived my thoughts to be troubled, and my mind heavy and depressed for some time, and one evening, in one of our cool walks, I began with him about the leaving our effects. William was a wise and wary man, and indeed all the prudentials of my conduct had for a long time been owing to his advice, and so now all the methods for preserving our effects, and even ourselves, lay upon him, and he had been telling me of some of the measures he had been taking for our making homeward, and for the security of our wealth, when I took him very short. "Why, William, says I, dost thou think we shall ever be able to reach Europe with all this cargo that we have about us? Ay, says William, without doubt, as well as other merchants with theirs, as long as it is not publicly known what quantity or of what value our cargo consists. Why, William, says I, smiling, do you think that if there is a God above, as you have so long been telling me there is, and that we must give an account to him, I say, do you think if he be a righteous judge, he will let us escape thus with the plunder, as we may call it, of so many innocent people, nay, I might say nations, and not call us to an account for it before we can get to Europe, where we pretend to enjoy it? William appeared struck and surprised at the question, and made no answer for a great while, and I repeated the question, adding that it was not to be expected. After a little pause, says William, thou hast started a very weighty question, and I can make no positive answer to it, but I will state it thus. First, it is true that, if we consider the justice of God, we have no reason to expect any protection, but as the ordinary ways of Providence are out of the common road of human affairs, so we may hope for mercy still upon our repentance, and we know not how good he may be to us, so we are to act as if we rather depended upon the last, I mean the merciful part, than claimed the first, which must produce nothing but judgment and vengeance. But hark ye, William, says I, the nature of repentance, as you have hinted once to me, included reformation, and we can never reform. How then can we repent? Why can we never reform? Says William. Because, said I, we cannot restore what we have taken away by rapine and spoil. It is true, says William, we can never do that, for we can never come to the knowledge of the owners. But what then must be done with our wealth, said I, the effects of plunder and rapine? If we keep it, we continue to be robbers and thieves, and if we quit it, we cannot do justice with it, for we cannot restore it to the right owners. Nay, says William, the answer to it is short. To quit what we have, and do it here, is to throw it away to those who have no claim to it, and to divest ourselves of it, but to do no right with it, whereas we ought to keep it carefully together, with a resolution to do what right with it we are able, and who knows what opportunity Providence may put into our hands to do justice, at least, to some of those we have injured. So we ought at least to leave it to him and go on. As it is, without doubt our present business is to go to some place of safety, where we may wait his will. The resolution of William was very satisfying to me indeed. The truth is, all he said, and at all times, was solid and good, and had not William thus, as it were, quieted my mind, I think verily I was so alarmed at the just reason I had to expect vengeance from heaven upon me for my ill-gotten wealth, that I should have run away from it as the devil's goods, that I had nothing to do with, that did not belong to me, and that I had no right to keep, and was in danger of being destroyed for. However, William settled my mind to more prudent steps than these, and I concluded that I ought, however, to proceed to a place of safety, and leave the event to God Almighty's mercy. But this I must leave upon record, that I had from this time no joy of the wealth I had got. I looked upon it all as stolen, and so indeed the greatest part of it was. I looked upon it as a hoard of other men's goods, which I had robbed the innocent owners of, and which I ought, in a word, to be hanged for here and damned for hereafter. And now, indeed, I began sincerely to hate myself for a dog, a wretch that had been a thief and a murderer, a wretch that was in a condition which nobody was ever in. For I had robbed, and though I had the wealth by me, yet it was impossible I should ever make any restitution, and upon this account it ran in my head that I could never repent, for that repentance could not be sincere without restitution, and therefore must of necessity be damned. There was no room for me to escape. I went about with my heart full of these thoughts, little better than a distracted fellow; in short, running headlong into the dreadfullest despair, and premeditating nothing but how to rid myself out of the world. And indeed the devil, if such things are of the devil's immediate doing, followed his work very close with me, and nothing lay upon my mind for several days but to shoot myself into the head with my pistol. I was all this while in a vagrant life, among infidels, Turks, pagans, and such sort of people. I had no minister, no Christian to converse with but poor William. He was my ghostly father or confessor, and he was all the comfort I had. As for my knowledge of religion, you have heard my history. You may suppose I had not much, and as for the Word of God, I do not remember that I ever read a chapter in the Bible in my lifetime. I was little Bob at Bustleton, and went to school to learn my Testament. However, it pleased God to make William the Quaker everything to me. Upon this occasion I took him out one evening, as usual, and hurried him away into the fields with me, in more haste than ordinary, and there, in short, I told him the perplexity of my mind, and under what terrible temptations of the devil I had been, that I must shoot myself, for I could not support the weight and terror that was upon me. "Shoot yourself!" says William. "Why, what will that do for you?" "Why," says I, "it will put an end to a miserable life." "Well," says William, are you satisfied the next will be better?" "No, no," says I, "much worse, to be sure." "Why, then," says he, "shooting yourself is the devil's motion, no doubt; for it is the devil of a reason, that, because thou art in an ill case, therefore thou must put thyself into a worse." This shocked my reason indeed. "Well, but," says I, "there is no bearing the miserable condition I am in." "Very well," says William, "but it seems there is some bearing a worse condition, and so you will shoot yourself, that you may be past remedy." "I am past remedy already," says I. "How do you know that?" says he. "I am satisfied of it," said I. "Well," says he, "but you are not sure, so you will shoot yourself to make it certain; for though on this side death you cannot be sure you will be damned at all, yet the moment you step on the other side of time you are sure of it; for when it is done, it is not to be said then that you will be, but that you are damned." "Well, but," says William, as if he had been between jest and earnest, "pray, what didst thou dream of last night?" "Why," said I had frightful dreams all night, and particularly I dreamed that the devil came for me and asked me what my name was, and I told him. Then he asked me what trade I was. Trade, says I am a thief, a rogue by my calling. I am a pirate and a murderer, and ought to be hanged. Ay, says the devil, so you do, and you are the man I looked for, and therefore come along with me. At which I was most horribly frightened, and cried out so that it waked me, and I have been in horrible agony ever since. Very well, says William. Come, give me the pistol thou talk'st of just now. Why, says I, what will you do with it? Do with it, says William. Why, thou needst not shoot thyself. I shall be obliged to do it for thee. Why, thou wilt destroy us all. What do you mean, William? Mean? Said he. Nay, what didst thou mean? To cry out aloud in thy sleep, I am a thief, a pirate, a murderer, and ought to be hanged. Why, thou wilt ruin us all. 'Twas well the Dutchman did not understand English. In short, I must shoot thee, to save my own life. Come, come, says he, give me thy pistol. I confess this terrified me again another way, and I began to be sensible that, if anybody had been near me to understand English, I had been undone. The thought of shooting myself forsook me from that time, and I turned to William. You disorder me extremely, William, said I. Why, I am never safe, nor is it safe to keep me company. What shall I do? I shall betray you all. Come, come, friend Bob, says he, I'll put an end to it all, if you will take my advice. How's that? Said I. Why, only, says he, that the next time thou talkest with the devil, thou wilt talk a little softlier, or we shall be all undone, and you too. This frighted me, I must confess, and allayed a great deal of the trouble of mind I was in. But William, after he had done jesting with me, entered upon a very long and serious discourse with me about the nature of my circumstances, and about repentance, that it ought to be attended, indeed, with a deep abhorrence of the crime that I had to charge myself with, but that to despair of God's mercy was no part of repentance, but putting myself into the condition of the devil, indeed, that I must apply myself with a sincere, humble confession of my crime, to ask pardon of God, whom I had offended, and cast myself upon his mercy, resolving to be willing to make restitution, if ever it should please God to put it in my power, even to the utmost of what I had in the world. And this, he told me, was the method which he had resolved upon himself, and in this, he told me, he had found comfort. I had a great deal of satisfaction in William's discourse, and it quieted me very much. But William was very anxious ever after about my talking in my sleep, and took care to lie with me always himself, and to keep me from lodging in any house where so much as a word of English was understood. However, there was not the like occasion afterward, for I was much more composed in my mind, and resolved for the future to live a quite different life from what I had done. As to the wealth I had, I looked upon it as nothing. I resolved to set it apart to any such opportunity of doing justice as God should put into my hand, and the miraculous opportunity I had afterwards of applying some parts of it to preserve a ruined family, whom I had plundered, may be worth reading, if I have room for it in this account. With these resolutions I began to be restored to some degree of quiet in my mind, and having, after almost 3 months' stay at Bassorah, disposed of some goods, but having a great quantity left, we hired boats according to the Dutchman's direction, and went up to Baghdad or Babylon, on the river Tigris, or rather Euphrates. We had a very considerable cargo of goods with us, and therefore made a great figure there, and were received with respect. We had, in particular, 42 bales of Indian stuffs of sundry sorts, silks, muslins, and fine chintz. We had 15 bales of very fine China silks, and 70 packs or bales of spices, particularly cloves and nutmegs, with other goods. We were bid money here for our cloves, but the Dutchman advised us not to part with them, and told us we should get a better price at Aleppo, or in the Levant. So we prepared for the caravan. We concealed our having any gold or pearls as much as we could, and therefore sold 3 or 4 bales of China silks and Indian calicoes, to raise money to buy camels, and to pay the customs which are taken at several places, and for our provisions over the deserts. I travelled this journey careless to the last degree of my goods or wealth, believing that, as I came by it all by rapine and violence, God would direct that it should be taken from me again in the same manner. And indeed I think I might say I was very willing it should be so. But as I had a merciful protector above me, so I had a most faithful steward, counselor, partner, or whatever I might call him, who was my guide, my pilot, my governor, my everything, and took care both of me and of all we had. And though he had never been in any of these parts of the world, yet he took the care of all upon him, and in about 59 days we arrived from Bassorah, at the mouth of the river Tigris or Euphrates, through the desert, and through Aleppo to Alexandria, or, as we call it, Scanderoon, in the Levant. Here William and I, and the other 2, our faithful comrades, debated what we should do, and here William and I resolved to separate from the other 2, they resolving to go with the Dutchman into Holland, by the means of some Dutch ship which lay then in the road. William and I told them we resolved to go and settle in the Morea, which then belonged to the Venetians. It is true we acted wisely in it not to let them know whither we went, seeing we had resolved to separate, but we took our old doctor's directions how to write to him in Holland and in England, that we might have intelligence from him on occasion, and promised to give him an account how to write to us, which we afterwards did, as may in time be made out. We stayed here some time after they were gone, till at length, not being thoroughly resolved whither to go till then, a Venetian ship touched at Cyprus, and put in at Scanderoon to look for freight home. We took the hint, and bargaining for our passage and the freight of our goods, we embarked for Venice, where in 22 days we arrived safe, with all our treasure, and with such a cargo, take our goods and our money and our jewels together, as, I believed, was never brought into the city by 2 single men, since the state of Venice had a being. We kept ourselves here incognito for a great while, passing for 2 Armenian merchants still, as we had done before. And by this time we had gotten so much of the Persian and Armenian jargon, which they talked at Bassora and Baghdad, and everywhere that we came in the country, as was sufficient to make us able to talk to one another, so as not to be understood by anybody, though sometimes hardly by ourselves. Here we converted all our effects into money, settled our abode as for a considerable time, and William and I, maintaining an inviolable friendship and fidelity to one another, lived like two brothers. We neither had nor sought any separate interest. We conversed seriously and gravely, and upon the subject of our repentance continually. We never changed, that is to say, so as to leave off our Armenian garbs, and we were called at Venice the two Grecians. I had been 2 or 3 times going to give a detail of our wealth, but it will appear incredible, and we had the greatest difficulty in the world how to conceal it, being justly apprehensive lest we might be assassinated in that country for our treasure. At length William told me he began to think now that he must never see England any more, and that indeed he did not much concern himself about it, but seeing as we had gained so great wealth, and he had some poor relations in England, if I was willing, he would write to know if they were living, and to know what condition they were in, and if he found such of them were alive as he had some thoughts about, he would, with my consent, send them something to better their condition. I consented most willingly, and accordingly William wrote to a sister and an uncle, and in about 5 weeks' time received an answer from them both, directed to himself, under cover of a hard Armenian name that he had given himself, viz. Signore Constantine Alexion of Ispahan at Venice. It was a very moving letter he received from his sister, who, after the most passionate expressions of joy to hear he was alive, seeing she had long ago had an account that he was murdered by the pirates in the West Indies, entreats him to let her know what circumstances he was in, tells him she was not in any capacity to do anything considerable for him, but that he should be welcome to her with all her heart, that she was left a widow with 4 children, but kept a little shop in the Minories, by which she made shift to maintain her family, and that she had sent him £5 lest he should want money in a strange country to bring him home. I could see the letter brought tears out of his eyes as he read it, and indeed, when he showed it to me, and the little bill for £5 upon an English merchant in Venice, it brought tears out of my eyes too. After we had been both affected sufficiently with the tenderness and kindness of this letter, he turns to me, says he, "What shall I do for this poor woman?" I mused a while. At last, says I will tell you what you shall do for her. She has sent you £5, and she has 4 children, and herself, that is 5. Such a sum from a poor woman in her circumstances is as much as £5,000 is to us. You shall send her a bill of exchange for £5,000 English money, and bid her conceal her surprise at it till she hears from you again, but bid her leave off her shop, and go and take a house somewhere in the country, not far off from London, and stay there in a moderate figure till she hears from you again. Now, says William, I perceive by it that you have some thoughts of venturing into England. Indeed, William, said I, you mistake me, but it presently occurred to me that you should venture, For what have you done that you may not be seen there? Why should I desire to keep you from your relations, purely to keep me company?" William looked very affectionately upon me. "Nay," says he, "we have embarked together so long, and come together so far, I am resolved I will never part with thee as long as I live. Go where thou wilt, or stay where thou wilt. And as for my sister," says William, "I cannot send her such a sum of money, for whose is all this money we have? It is most of it thine." "No, William," said I, "there is not a penny of it mine but what is yours too, and I won't have anything but an equal share with you, and therefore you shall send it to her. If not, I will send it." "Why," says William, "it will make the poor woman distracted. She will be so surprised she will go out of her wits." "Well," said I, "William, you may do it prudently. Send her a bill packed of 100 pounds, and bid her expect more in a post or two, and that you will send her enough to live on without keeping shop, and then send her more." Accordingly, William sent her a very kind letter, with a bill upon a merchant in London for 160 pounds, and bid her comfort herself with the hope that he should be able in a little time to send her more. About 10 days later he sent her another bill of 540 pounds, and a post or two after another for 300 pounds, making in all 1,000 pounds, and told her he would send her sufficient to leave off her shop, and directed her to take a house as above. He waited then till he received an answer to all the 3 letters, with an account that she had received the money, and, which I did not expect, that she had not let any other acquaintance know that she had received a shilling from anybody, or so much as that he was alive, and would not till she had heard again. When he showed me this letter, "Well, William," said I, "this woman is fit to be trusted with life or anything. Send her the rest of the 5,000 pounds, and I'll venture to England with you, to this woman's house, whenever you will." In a word, we sent her 5,000 pounds in good bills, and she received them very punctually, and in a little time sent her brother word that she had pretended to her uncle that she was sickly and could not carry on the trade any longer, and that she had taken a large house about 4 miles from London, under pretence of letting lodgings for her livelihood, and, in short, intimated as if she understood that he intended to come over to be incognito, assuring him he should be as retired as he pleased. This was opening the very door for us that we thought had been effectually shut for this life, and, in a word, we resolved to venture, but to keep ourselves entirely concealed, both as to name and every other circumstance. And accordingly William sent his sister word how kindly he took her prudent steps, and that she had guessed right, that he desired to be retired, and that he obliged her not to increase her figure, but live private till she might perhaps see him. He was going to send the letter away. "Come, William," said I, "you shan't send her an empty letter. Tell her you have a friend coming with you that must be as retired as yourself, and I'll send her 5,000 pounds more." So, in short, we made this poor woman's family rich, and yet, when it came to the point, my heart failed me, and I durst not venture, and for William, he would not stir without me, and so we stayed about 2 years after this, considering what we should do. You may think, perhaps, that I was very prodigal of my ill-gotten goods, thus to load a stranger with my bounty, and give a gift like a prince to one that had been able to merit nothing of me, or indeed know me. But my condition ought to be considered in this case. Though I had money to profusion, yet I was perfectly destitute of a friend in the world, to have the least obligation or assistance from, or knew not either where to dispose or trust anything I had while I lived, or whom to give it to if I died. When I had reflected upon the manner of my getting of it, I was sometimes for giving it all to charitable uses, as a debt due to mankind, though I was no Roman Catholic, and not at all of the opinion that it would purchase me any repose to my soul. But I thought, as it was got by a general plunder, and which I could make no satisfaction for, it was due to the community, and I ought to distribute it for the general good. But still I was at a loss how, and where, and by whom to settle this charity, not daring to go home to my country, lest some of my comrades, strolled home, should see and detect me, and for the very spoil of my money, or the purchase of his own pardon, betray and expose me to an untimely end. Being thus destitute, I say, of a friend, I pitched thus upon William's sister, the kind step of hers to her brother, whom she thought to be in distress, signifying a generous mind and a charitable disposition, and having resolved to make her the object of my first bounty, I did not doubt but I should purchase something of a refuge for myself, and a kind of a centre to which I should tend in my future actions. For really, a man that has a subsistence, and no residence, no place that has a magnetic influence upon his affections, is in one of the most odd, uneasy conditions in the world, nor is it in the power of all his money to make it up to him. It was, as I told you, 2 years and upwards that we remained at Venice, and thereabout, in the greatest hesitation imaginable, irresolute and unfixed to the last degree. William's sister importuned us daily to come to England, and wondered we should not dare to trust her, whom we had to such a degree obliged to be faithful, and in a manner lamented her being suspected by us. At last I began to incline, and I said to William, "Come, brother William," said I, for ever since our discourse at Bassorah I called him brother, "if you will agree to 2 or 3 things with me, I'll go home to England with all my heart." Says William, "Let me know what they are." "Why, first," says I, "you shall not disclose yourself to any of your relations in England but your sister. No, not one. Secondly, we will not shave off our mustachios or beards, for we had all along worn our beards after the Grecian manner, nor leave off our long vests, that we may pass for Grecians and foreigners. Thirdly, that we shall never speak English in public before anybody, your sister excepted. Fourthly, that we will always live together and pass for brothers." William said he would agree to them all with all his heart, but that the not speaking English would be the hardest, but he would do his best for that too. So, in a word, we agreed to go from Venice to Naples, where we converted a large sum of money into bales of silk, left a large sum in a merchant's hands at Venice, and another considerable sum at Naples, and took bills of exchange for a great deal too. And yet we came with such a cargo to London as few American merchants had done for some years, for we loaded in 2 ships 73 bales of thrown silk, besides 13 bales of wrought silks from the Duchy of Milan, shipped at Genoa, with all which I arrived safely, and some time after I married my faithful protectress, William's sister, with whom I am much more happy than I deserve. And now, having so plainly told you that I am come to England, after I have so boldly owned what life I have led abroad, it is time to leave off, and say no more for the present, lest some should be willing to inquire too nicely after your old friend, Captain Bob. End of section 28, and end of the life, adventures, and piracies of Captain Singleton by Daniel Defoe. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California, for LibriVox.